Welcome, everyone, to the Four Post Massacre Podcast. I am, of course, your host. You can simply call me Zaya. With me is my ever so wonderful, colorful co-host. What is it?
Oh, thank you for that lovely introduction. Well, today you have a doctor in the building.
What?
Yes. It's your girl, Dr. Britt Baked, CBD.
What does the CBD stand for?
CBD is like a kind of like oil.
Okay.
It's like a wheat, it's like a...
Alright, no pops. No pop, whatever.
No pop this week.
No. But with us today is a very cool friend of ours who's joined us here on this weird journey through professional wrestling this week. Our second ever shoot Canadian, and a man, I believe, on our show that actually has wrestling experience. It's none other than Mikey Truth!
Hey, what's up? It's good to be here. Thanks for giving me the invite. We checking in straight from Toronto, Saga City. Glad to be here. And yeah, fresh off of my Junction City Wrestling debut against a homie and fellow trainer, I'd say, in a sense, as Derek Bronson, which was a dope match. Still feeling the wounds from it, but we here collectively and down to some wrestling.
Now, Mikey, I asked...
What's going on, Dad?
Oh, it's all good. Mikey, I asked this of every guest of ours that comes onto the show, but exactly what is your experience with professional wrestling? Like, how long have you been watching it? What was it that it initially got you into it, and it's led you up to this point?
Oh, man, from when I was a kid, I remember from like 4 or 5 years old, just watching like Bret Hart and remember the neon retro entrance tunnels from the WWF days and switching in between that from when I was growing up as a kid, 8, 10, going into teenage years, watching that, WWE, WCW, that whole war, ECW, switching between the channels, between that going on and then finding the independence and finding about ROH and CZW and NWA TNA and that whole resurgence of a whole new generation of talent, and then seeing them being the pioneer of today's generation of pro wrestling today. I've always been in love with it, and then having to be here in Toronto, which is like wrestle country in a sense, like there's so much pro wrestling avenues and pro wrestling shows and independent pro wrestling out here throughout Ontario alone, which is our province. For you guys, it'd be state. So it's always been around me. So it's just a matter, sooner or later, I just tap in and get my hands within the industry. And thankfully, with a training facility that was close by, that being Battle Arts Academy, which is run by Santino Marella, Anthony Corelli. It's just blessed opportunity. And then they merge with Hamilton Wrestling Entertainment, which is another promotion out in Hamilton, about 30 minutes away from my hometown, out here in the GTA, the Greater Toronto area. And yeah, they just been putting on in-house shows. Impact Wrestling has used the facility to put on their Twitch shows when they're out here in Toronto doing work out here for the better part of 2019. And yeah, like there's so much promotions. Destiny Bro, Battle Arts Pro, which has all the trainees that are learning pro wrestling. They get their foot in the door and are able to do in-house shows there and get used to working in front of live crowds, which is back again. So yeah, it's always been around, and finally everything's coming around full circle.
Well, I know that you mentioned like you got to see all of the other guys on the interviews. You got to see them kind of grow and and rise to the rank. I would not be surprised. Like, I say this as a guy who's already watched some of your work already on YouTube. Like, when I say this, people don't be surprised if Mikey over here ends up on something big sooner rather than later, because I've seen his shit. He's really good.
Well, we gotta give thanks for like the whole like Ka scene and the creator wrestler on like the WWE 2K and the whole wrestling video game scene, because that's a big help. Like that's a big help for any to into training, whether it's in the ring or commentary, managing, whatever avenue you end up falling in love with within the industry. I feel like the whole car industry and that whole scene was a big help because you're constantly practicing doing promos. So that kind of like fear in front of like performing and talking in front of people is kind of gone because you're already doing voiceover work for your character. And then having an idea of your gimmick or character work, you already have that because you've been trying to put that together for your wrestling character on the wrestling video game. So whether you're on 2K or Fire Pro or where I started, Wrestling Empire, PC game, or some of the new generation games that are be coming out now with AEW putting out their game now. Like there's a whole new inspiration for a whole new generation to just be creative in that sense and then bring it to life.
Oh, cool. Very cool, man. Well, we're glad to have you on this show. We're glad to have someone with actual, in-ring knowledge to help us go through this because we got a bunch of shit to talk about. Just a few things, a lot of...
We got some good stuff. We got some bad stuff.
We got some... We got some pretty good news. We got some dark side of the ring, which should tell you where this show is headed.
Oh, enchilada.
But hopefully we can make this into a pretty fun...
And, of course, we have whatever our guest has in store for our final segment.
Which I have no idea, because I kind of forgot to ask. But I guess
no worries, I got it.
All right. I guess we'll find that out.
And we're about to have, not just this week, but next week, a very interesting Dynamite Rampage review.
Well, speaking of Dynamite, let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into our AEW Dynamite review.
Crash, boom, bang, other sounds that start with the bang and the boom, and I was there, Dynamite.
You were there. So
I was there.
Ooh, you're there live. You're lucky.
I'm there next week. I'm there this week.
Can see it. Okay. Let's get it.
So before we get on to the actual show, I want Adam to just go over like his personal experience being there live real quick, because I know he saw... Did you see any of the Elevation stuff before the show started?
Everything.
You saw everything?
I saw everything.
Okay.
I saw everything. Oh, okay. Except for one match. I'll talk about that I decided to leave and go get food and also go to my friend's Skybox to watch the opening of Dynamite because I wasn't sitting through Dustin versus QT Marshall.
Ooh.
It's not happening. Not happening. But I will say, so Tuesday night comes along. I'm sitting at home. My friends are here. All of a sudden, so we were on the fence because we knew we were going to Grand Slam this week, which I already made clear last week. There will be a special vlog attached to our show next week. I'll be vlogging my experience of going to Grand Slam, which, at first I was excited because, Cody Rhodes is there, but goddamn, the shit that gets announced on this show. Oh, yeah. So it's like Tuesday night, it's about like 10 p.m. and my friend's like, let's go see what the tickets are like. So they're like $30. Took us like 5 hours for the Ticketmaster to work. Because Ticketmaster kept saying, oh no, the tickets are gone. And it's like, but they're not gone. They're right there. Eventually we finally were able to get seats. So you're like, all right, last minute, fuck it. Because, Prudential Center from where I am is like 15, 20 minutes away. Mm-hmm. So I go. And we get there, and there's a shit ton of people. Already. It's mobbed. So, which was really cool. And then I get online, I'm like one of the first few people in the door. You go up by the merch stand. That's all fun and dandy. It's a very different merch stand than a WWE merch stand, and I think a lot of that has to do with pro wrestling tees being, pay to order.
Right.
Whereas like WWE, it's a lot of quantity, so you gotta move it. So the shirts that are at the show are just like AEW based T-shirts, and like they had Cole's and Danielson's, but that was about it. But they had a lot of like DVDs, and they were selling autograph figures, the AEW figures signed by the wrestler themselves. Those were like, there was about 40 of them by the time the show was over, and they were $100 a piece. By the way, there was like 6 left.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, like the merch boots by the end of the show, all wiped. There was like Eddie Kingston and Chris Statlander and the Lucha Brothers were doing like autograph sessions. Kip Saban was there with a box over his head, doing free interviews. It was very funny. He was like making fun of her. He was like, "Oh, who is it? It's Kip Saban." But that was kind of neat. I get to my seats. They weren't the best seats, but the view from where I was to the ring wasn't like skewed at all. I just couldn't really see the front of the stage that
Right.
And this was at least for the beginning of it. But just being there live, I've been to quite a bit in my lifetime at this point. The W shows, my independent stuff that I love. I've been to Impact. I've been to ROH. And every show you go to, there's always like the crowd gets tired at some point. Not AEW. For 4 hours, this crowd was hot for every single thing that was on the show. Whether they liked it, they hated it, they booed, they cheered. The atmosphere is, bar none, the best atmosphere you're going to ever experience as a wrestling fan in today's society. Even more than my beautiful GCW environments. This is like thousands of people just excited about every little fucking thing, and it's beautiful. Justin Roberts is having. I've seen him live do WWE shows, and if you ever go to a WWE show, the announcers are very cut and dry. Oh, guys, get ready, we're about to go live. But Justin Roberts is doing like voices. He reenacts like the mic dropping down, and then he puts on a funny like Howard Finkel voice. He's like a great hype man. The fucking entrance video plays. The people are singing along with the Dynamite theme. Absolutely insane shit, and everybody's on everything. They get every single thing that's happening. I've never seen a wrestling show that's this engaged before. So all in all, my experience, bar none, top 3 favorite wrestling experiences of all time, and it's probably gonna get topped when I go to Grand Slam in a few days.
I was about to say, like, considering the show and the card that you got this week.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah.
God hates me, but
I've never gone to a show back to back this soon, ever. And I'm probably going to be going in December to Long Island as well. We're going to probably do that too.
Well, we started off with Punk making his entrance. All this just so we could.
Oh well, if I can beforehand.
Okay.
The Elevation stuff was very entertaining. Especially because a lot of the wrestlers that competed that night are a lot of the East Coast people that I follow and see, especially the fact that I got to see, I wasn't even expecting this shit, but, to see Hikaru Shida and Masha Slamovich was pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, oh man, that's cool.
I didn't even know, like, all of us, because, okay, so the way, I was always wondering how, like, what do the jobbers get? I'm not even going to say jobbers. What do the enhancement talent get when Elevation happens? Because they're always like in the ring already, and they kind of just walk like off the side of the camera on the side of the stage, and I just see Masha and me and my friend are like the only ones who are like just yelling. It was pretty insane. And then she fights Shida, and what the hell? And they actually didn't have like her get squashed. Her and Shida went about like 6 minutes, and it was pretty good. And I know we're spoiled. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'll spoil it now. Congratulations to Masha, who is now signed by Impact Wrestling.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, all in all, Elevation was entertaining. A lot of people. The Gun Club showed up. I died inside.
Oh, we'll be talking about the Gun Club later on the show, baby.
Yeah, I know. I died inside
parts
again.
of the show. But
what the fuck do you mean?
We're gonna start.
But yeah, Punk starts off. This crowd.
Yeah, it lost its shit. Punk, all this again just to come out and sit at the commentary desk.
He jumped in the crowd.
He jumped in the crowd again. Did you?
That's gonna be a regular thing.
Did any of you see the phone video of him jumping in the crowd and smashing it?
He broke the guy's phone. That guy doesn't care.
That was a moment. That was a moment in time.
Yeah, he comes out. The crowd is already they know. Oh, he's on commentary, so we know who Jim Ross's music is played. Whatever, he gets a nice pop, but everybody knows. Okay, we're about to see a Punk entrance, and they're all just going ah. And then the fucking Static shocks, and this crowd fucking loses their mind. And then he jumps in the crowd, and the whole crowd fucking go crazy again. And it's not even to them, it feels like he's just jumping into all of us. I guess that sounds wrong. And this isn't even, and the best part is, I guess this is how it was on the TV show, but he comes out, and then the intro started.
Wait, the intro? I thought the intro started, he came out, and then the match started.
See, they must have edited it differently then for you.
Yeah, because we came back, his music was still playing, and then immediately, it's all about the...
see, for in live, he comes out, and then the intro played.
Alright.
Gotta get that crowd hot and ready, Because, the intro happens, it goes, oh, Dynamite, the pyro goes off, and then immediately, it's all about the boo, and I'm like, okay!
Yeah, the way that they edit it, it is crazy. It's a good sequence.
But you start off the night with Adam Cole's AEW debut match. He's going up against, you guessed it, Frankie Kazarian. What was this new introduction for Kazarian? Why did you...
I couldn't hear it, so...
He said, yeah, you guessed it, it's Frankie Kazarian.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
I was like, excuse me? Is that his thing now? What happened to the Elite Hunter? Well, I guess...
It's Frankie Kazarian.
I guess the Elite Hunter is kind of dead in the water, because...
And I've been very critical of modern Frankie, but this was a really good match.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise, these two work very well together.
Really well together.
Yeah. Kazarian's always just been a very good worker. Cole's obviously got that superstar quality to him. So this was always going to be at least a pretty good match. Cole, already feeling like old school Cole, because he got in his fucking signature headlocks. I'm gonna need him to go off the ropes though next time he does a headlock, because then I know he's truly back. Kazarian got a few good spots, and he did his leg drop gimmick a few times. Cole hit a super nasty super kick that echoed throughout the fucking crowd, which was great.
It was loud.
Yeah. He tried to go for the Panama Sunrise at one point. Kazarian countered it into a Alabama Slam.
Which popped me.
Of course it did.
Shout outs to Bob Holly.
I think they're on the top rope at one point. Kazarian gets pushed off. Cole then goes for the Panama Sunrise this time. Hits it. But he's not done. Pulls down the knee pad off the ropes. Last shot. Victory for Adam Cole, baby.
Baby! Which, one of the funnier moments for me in the live crowd was, so clearly the entrance is more old school Adam Cole. He does the finger thing on the apron. He doesn't do the boom yet. And the theme song is clearly not the NXT one. So the crowd go boom like 3 different times because we just don't know when to go boom anymore now.
Nope.
So, because like he gets on the apron, everybody's expecting him to go boom. Instead, he puts up the one finger, like the ROH deal. Then he gets in the ring. Then he does the Adam Cole baby, and then he does the boom. And it's like, God damn it, we got to get used to this. But that was funny, to just watching everybody be like, oh, okay, do we do the boom now? But all in all, a fantastic opening contest. This crowd was extremely hot right from the get-go. Frankie Kazarian can still go when he's given motivation, and I think this was enough motivation. You're in the arguably the main event slot of the Dynamite is always this first 15 minutes. You're fighting Adam Cole, and I thought he brought it.
Mikey, any thoughts on this match?
I feel Frankie Kazarian is extremely, extremely underrated, man. And I feel another championship should be introduced into AEW for certain talent like Frankie Kazarian to find that, that motivation, like you mentioned. Frankie Kazarian is a solid star when he's motivated. I've followed Frankie Kazarian from NWA TNA, his X Division shine with Michael Shane, and I've followed his growth. So he's one of those talents that are a pioneer for that type of style. And you can see Adam Cole is in a sense of fresh breath. He's finally in a place where he can be himself completely. So, and another thing I've noticed with the crowd, I feel like the crowd's going to start to get adjusted to AEW style chants instead of the programmed WWE chants. You can tell that I don't want to go too ahead of the review, but you can tell with even Bryan Danielson, when he's making his entrance, everybody's doing the yes chants, but realistically he's not edging for that anymore. So I feel there's gonna be a certain change with the chants and the receptions and the timing to Adam Cole when he's making his entrance and stuff like that. So this was a solid opener, and this is what we need for AEW. We need big openers to bring that shock to the crowd and that shock to the viewership.
Yeah, hey man, it's I've been saying it on this podcast already, but you get Kazarian. We know that trios belts are probably coming sooner rather than later, but you get Kazarian. You get Yoshitatsu out of All Japan. You find Captain New Japan. Elite Bullet Club Hunters for the 6-man titles. I'm just saying.
I'm thinking they just make the FTW a really active championship. Have the FTW championship be an active division and actually viable championship talent.
I do wish that they would defend that belt more often. I get that I get what the gimmick of it is supposed to be, but it wouldn't help. It would help a lot more people if Ricky just went on to defend the belt sometimes.
Exactly, and you, in that sense, Fight the World division would be pretty cool to have it on an elite hunter like Frankie Kazarian in a future scope. But that's just an idea. But I definitely feel a couple more championship divisions in that sense would give that limelight, that talent Frankie Kazarian really need.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, after the match, Cole gets on the mic. Who's ready for story time with Adam Cole, baby? So I guess this is just
that's his new thing now.
Yeah, that's his thing now. Pretty much goes on. It says SuperClick's back. They're gonna be better than ever. This is basically the time where he goes to challenge Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus, and Christian Cage to a 6-man tag on the Grand Slam of AEW Rampage.
That's the true main event.
Yes, they didn't mention this before the show started, but yes, AEW Rampage is going to have its own Grand Slam because AEW Rampage this week is going to be 2 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty much a 4-hour pay-per-view split against 2 nights.
Yeah.
I like this idea. I think this is solid, especially on the Friday. If they were really about it, they should just went hand in hand with SmackDown.
But I don't think we've reached that point yet. But I think that if they keep going with the momentum that they have right now, there could be a chance that could happen. But after this, we get a quick little video package with the Lucha Bros and Butcher and the Blade, pretty much saying that, Lucha Bros and Butcher and Blade, they were familiar at one point, but now Butcher and Blade, they want the tag belts. And since they're undefeated, they are officially the first people in line, and they will get their tag team title opportunity on this week's Rampage. After that, we go straight into another promo, this time by one Maxwell Jacob Friedman. This crowd is just absolutely not giving MJF a second to breathe here. Like, they're on his ass from the fucking get-go. My favorite part is when they told him to shut
I couldn't hear a damn thing he was saying.
I like the part where they was like saying, "Shut the fuck up," and then he just simply responds, "No, I don't think I will."
He's amazing. An amazing heel.
It definitely helped. I mean, a crowd. I think the main reason this crowd was obviously booing him more than usual. It's that's the New York, New Jersey thing.
He said
damn.
He said all of your New Jersey shit sucks more than your fucking Jersey skanks. He went on to talk to Brian Pillman Jr.'s father.
Oh my god.
At first,
holy shit. The reaction this got when he started looking down and stomping on the ring was incredible.
Okay, so he's like, first, alright, I'm gonna conduct a little interview with Brian Pillman himself. So he first looks up, he's like, "Mr. Pillman, I like to have a word with you." And he goes, "Oh, who am I kidding?" And he just stomps his foot on, "Hey, Pillman, we need to have a talk."
Holy crap, this crowd went, like, they first went, "Oh shit," like, "Oh damn," and then immediately were like, "Okay, fuck this guy, boo." I was laughing. I was laughing my ass off. This guy is amazing. I was like, God damn, he went there.
He pretty much tells Pillman, like, "You better have a conversation with your boy, otherwise I'm gonna fuck him up at the Grand Slam," which then leads to Pillman's music hits. MJF
time.
Wardlow up the ramp. Wardlow's up there getting ready to fight Brian Pillman Jr., but he's not coming down the ramp. He's coming from behind, and he's got a steel chair, and he's not gonna use it for some reason. He just stalls. And then Wardlow comes in. MJF gets out of there. He slaps Wardlow in the face. Wardlow comes after him, but he bridges Wardlow out of the ring. And I guess Brian Pillman Jr. stands tall in the end.
Why not? I mean,
I figured that he would get a bigger reaction if he just smacked him with the chair. And him and Wardlow. I don't know. I guess that. Well, I hopefully this match between him. I've got some expectations for this match coming to Grand Slam.
I think Pillman. We need more fire out of him.
Yeah.
Like, it's MJF is such a solid talent, and his perfection in his role, and it's like Pillman is still not bringing the heat, like the anger, the fury that he's supposed to. If this man's disrespecting your father, disrespecting your family, getting in the face of your sister, like, you should be on the attack. Like, if anybody else, any normal person, it wouldn't be taking weeks and weeks for you not to swing a chair. You're swinging the chair, you're throwing the chair in the ring at him. You know what I mean? Like, you're going on the attack. So I feel like we need more of a vicious Pillman, and I feel like MJF should kind of be that type of person. that's gonna give him that switch where he tweaks, kind of like his father, where his father was very unpredictable and maniacal. I really hope that this is kind of the direction that they go with this story, and it's not just a one-off story. That this has some long-term seeds being plotted here that's gonna flourish in the sense that like NJF gets Pillman to actually tweak later on. You know what I mean? But like, I feel like we need more. We need more out of this.
I agree. No, I absolutely agree with you. It feels like Pillman Jr. is, and I get it. He's probably not. I've seen some of his work. He's probably not the best person to go up against MJF, Mike for Mike. So you don't want him to just be overexposed on the microphone. But like, even just like him, his attacks haven't been all that great. Like,
yeah.
Hopefully this match he's able to bring a little something because MJF's kind of just been outclassing him through this feud.
And I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I feel like they should have pushed this feud back for after maybe a Varsity Blondes breakup. There should be something where like it should be a focused singles feud for Pillman, because now you have Garrison and in limbo basically.
Yeah,
like,
he's not doing anything.
What's there? Yeah, what is he doing? You know what I mean? I feel like they should just focus Varsity Blondes. If that was their thing as a tag team, you push them as a tag team. If it's not working, you set up for a split. You build Pillman to have like some sort of, shaky mindset. But again, I understand they're in his hometown, so they kind of like shot it off the top. So I don't know. My personal state, I feel like this feud should have a long-term deal and shouldn't just end right after this match. We should have more of this where it really takes Pillman on a turn.
So, yeah. Very weird segment, but I like MJF's portion of it. Hopefully their match is a lot better here. I thought this was good, but I thought it could have been better. But
Facts.
After that, we go backstage with Christian and Jurassic Express, and they pretty much accept the challenge for Rampage. Christian had a few killer lines. He was like, well, you know what, Adam Cole, you've got some pretty good friends here, because they were the only ones able to pull your ass out of developmental. And he also said, since you're so used to losing Wednesday Night Wars, we can add Friday nights as well. And that was all I needed. That was great. Great stuff from Christian and Jurassic Express. Luchasaurus went blah, and that was the end of it. But after that, we got tag team match. Dante Martin and Matt Sydal taking on FTR of Dax Hardwood and Cash Wheeler. And I thought this was a pretty decent tag team match. I've seen both of these teams have better, but for what they did, again, this was more like a Dante showcase more than anything else. It was pretty much let Dante show off what he has. He's still the new guy that they're trying to push, obviously. He gets so much ridiculous air, like the fucking missile drop kick that he did to both FTR members was just absolutely ridiculous. Of course, since he's the young boy, he's got to take the pin. So FTR is kind of like misdirects him for a bit and hits him with the big rig, and they get the victory here on Dante Martin. Adam, you've been kind of quiet. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Oh, well, actually, this match and the next segment, at least till the tail end, I was not watching.
What?
Yes, I was in the middle of moving around from my friend's skybox back to my seats, and then I went to go get ice cream.
You didn't even go back and watch this?
No.
Why?
This was one of my favorite matches.
From what I heard from my friend, it was pretty standard. I didn't feel like I was going to miss much.
See, this is why you need me. This is why you people listening, this is why you need me to lead this show. Otherwise, this is what you get. This is what you get.
I was there. How am I supposed to watch every little thing?
You could have gone back and watched the stuff you missed.
But that's what you're here for.
I hate
Anyway.
you. Mikey, you said you liked this match.
Yeah, Dante Martin is the future, and his brother has a lot of work to do when he comes back, because every time Dante performs, he just continues to level up more and more as far as like the future star to watch. And like I said, like this is why I feel AEW needs another championship, singles division championship for, I wouldn't even say in a sense like the X division, or even if you could make the X division like a crossover championship from Impact to AEW in a sense for that Forbidden Door. Please do that so like you have Dante Martin showcasing that division as far as a single star, because the future's bright for him. This is a dope showing as far as Matt Sydal. Matt Sydal is a veteran, and I'm so happy that he's in AEW, where he has the freedom to do what he's been doing for years, and just putting on brilliant moments and creating great opportunities for future stars. And like he's even putting on his brother, who's coming from Dragon Gate. And like nobody knew that Matt Sydal had a brother, but his brother's here, and like they are having like a shine in the tag team division. And you have FTR, which they're the I would say, no pun intended, the diamond mind of the tag team division. They're the cornerstone of the AEW tag team division. So it's just like you said, it's a dope showcase for Dante Martin within a tag team scope, while keeping FTR fresh and keeping their machine rolling, because we know the past injury, that scary injury that we know homie's having like artery and nerve damage from. So it was a good way to showcase both tag teams and keep the tag team division strong.
Yeah, I thought this was perfectly fine. Like, I thought this was pretty good. Again, another good showing for Dante. Matt looked good. FTR gets the victory. Everybody's a winner here. But
yes, sir.
But after this, we go to the commentary. Well, we go to commercial, and then we go to the commentary booth, because now it is time to talk about a very serious incident that went down last week. The Suzuki incident that was trending throughout all of Twitter. And I can't believe they actually made this a fucking storyline. So, for anyone that does not know, Minoru Suzuki has probably one of the most well-known theme songs in professional wrestling, with Kaze ni Nare. And everybody knows the part where they gotta go shout Kaze ni Nare. That's usually the part everybody's waiting for. But on last week's episode, they didn't get to Kaze ni Nare. They cut off his music, and ever since then, people have just been so steaming mad. And Punk pointed that out, that Suzuki felt slighted, New Japan felt slighted, and now Suzuki wants revenge because he didn't play his theme song. So this all leads to a backstage segment with Archer, who is a former member of Suzuki-gun and a pal to Minoru Suzuki. They pretty much call out Moxley and Kingston, and they spoiler alert, there's a match, and we will get to the stipulation of said match when we get to our Rampage review. But after that, next up, we've got another in-ring segment. Malachi Black is coming down to the ring.
Yes, I saw.
In his business attire, he's wearing a suit this time around.
Okay, so at first, it was very dark, and all I saw was a man in a suit, and I thought it was Cody.
That's what I've heard a lot of people say.
I thought it was Cody. Cody does show.
I think what happened, though, was a lot better of a choice.
A lot of just like, whoa, what? And, so he's there. He sits up. The crowd love this fucker. He says, all of my Everybody please rise for the House of Black.
Well, the House
he makes
of Black.
It clear we have a traitor in the audience. And I'm thinking, all right, is it Dustin? Who's left in the Nightmare family? And it's fucking Rosario Dawson.
It's Rosario Dawson.
It's fucking Ahsoka Tano is out here.
Apparently, like Cody's one of the judges on the Go Big Show.
I mean, that didn't click into my head until like halfway through all this, where I was like, oh, that's why she was here. Because at first I'm like, the hell?
And so she's all in the crowd. Everybody's got their eyes now on Rosario Dawson. Malachi Black's coming over there, presumably to kill her. And then camera shot is just on Malachi. Meanwhile, you can see
in the background, you see a man in a bright ass red jacket, and it's of course it's the Lord and Savior of professional wrestling, Cody Rhodes.
Okay, so let's just get this straight. Fucking Brock doesn't matter. Arn, who fucking needs him? Dustin, your own brother? Who gives a shit? Rosario Dawson? You bet your fucking ass I'm coming down there to say you get goddamn kidding me. This man is.
She jumps on his back too.
What the
fuck?
She starts attacking him.
I was like, yeah, Ahsoka Tano, pull out the lightsaber.
She's going at her. She's choking him. Eventually, he gets her off of him, and then him and Cody just pretty much brawl up into the crowd. I think they both use
yeah, they hit each other with beers.
Beers?
I was hoping for a Samoa Joe spot, but I didn't get that.
That was never going to happen.
Just see Cody Rhodes just take a flat back bump on the stairs.
This whole segment was a fucking fever trip.
It was great, though. I loved every second of it. I got to see Cody, Garrett, Reynolds, Rhodes himself.
This was just misplaced. A segment that's misplaced in the wrong environment. I felt
a crowd loved
they do this. Yeah, because it's interacting with the crowd, which is, I guess, the key, of course. But
they also just love Cody. Everybody loves Cody.
Just put them. Why didn't they put them in a skybox? And he calls them out from the ring, out in the skybox. And Rosario Dawson's with Cody in the skybox, whatever, and he goes up to them and he fights up there with them. And they brawl up there. Why don't they do that and have Rosario Dawson throw a drink on him or something along those lines? I don't know. This was just misplaced. And then you have him look like the Lord and Savior in all blood red coming down.
I thought it was a beautiful visual. It was this whole segment was fucked.
If there's one thing I am very certain about when it comes to AEW is that Cody is always going to get his fucking entrance, no matter what. He's always gonna do some outlandish fucking thing to make an appearance, and he did so by coming out of the fucking crowd for no goddamn reason. The stage was right there.
The farthest distance possible. Come on, man.
I can't.
He makes himself look more of a heel than a face in so many instances. And this is why I keep saying, when he says that he doesn't have a heel bone in him, it's bullshit. He needs to hit his funny bone and realize that you're a heel, bro.
This is our Lord and Savior we're talking about.
No.
He's a heel. He's a heel at heart, and I'm telling you, the moment Cody switches back into his heel role, is going to be golden because it's so natural for him.
Oh, absolutely.
You are not ready for when, because it's going to be part of the vlog when Cody makes his entrance.
What's going to be a part of the vlog?
When I record my reaction to Cody Rhodes' entrance on Wednesday, and I'm singing along. It's Cody Rhodes.
I hope it's the fucking Snoop Dogg version, so you have to.
Oh, if it's the Snoop Dogg version, I'm gonna be even more excited.
God damn it!
Holy moly! Walk up in this slowly. It's the one and only, the big homie.
All right. Well, we went to commercial after that, and we come back. America's Top Team.
So, Yeah, at this point, I'm online because I'm making the way back. The tag match ends. I saw like the ending. I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna go get food. All of a sudden, I leave. Everybody in the concourse going, oh, it's fucking Malachi Black. I'm like, shit. All right, get offline. I run back. I'm like, okay, I can leave now. Nothing's gonna happen yet. I leave. I'm online and I hear a theme song, and I'm like, whose fucking theme song is this? And nobody in the Concord has any idea whose theme song this is. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'm not missing anything much. Turns out I really didn't. It's just Dan Lambert again. But this time he's got a whole fucking posse of people.
Yeah, so Dan Lambert comes out in the ring. He's with his friend Junior Dos Santos, Andre Arlovsky, Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page, and it was Kayla something.
I know Paige Van Zant was with them.
Yes.
There's the only other person I recognized.
There's
yeah, like I come back and like he's got like 18 people in there, and there's Jericho and Hager. I'm like, what did I miss?
So it's
Kayla Rossi.
No, Kayla Rossi's with Joy fucking Janela. Also, hello, Jamal. But no, Lambert comes out. He does his usual old man yelling at Cloud shtick. Jericho comes out with Hager. And then suddenly this whole thing becomes about Jericho's theme song? Like this whole feud just became about Jericho's fucking theme song.
Dan Lambert hates that we sing it.
Yeah, Lambert hates that we sing. He hates the fucking theme song.
Shut the fuck up. I hate your theme song. I hate you. I hate your look. You're not a real man. Jericho's like, yeah, but Hager's undefeated and shit. And then what the hell can Dan Lambert say,
Jericho also said these people would sing along to your music, but unfortunately they don't know the lyrics to I'm a fat-faced dipshit, yeah, yeah, yeah. And which he then proceeded to do a sing-along of I'm a fat-faced dipshit, yeah, yeah, yeah. That was
Jericho just knows how to work a crowd.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, they make mention of Jake being undefeated in an MMA. Jericho once again lets everybody know I beat Bill Goldberg. I beat up Bill Goldberg. That was me. I did that. And this all leads to a match set up with the Men of the Year against Jake Hager and Chris Jericho in a match on...
This was not where I thought this was going at all.
On Rampage.
When we said last week, we were like, so where does this go? Archer, I guess?
This whole thing was started with Archer! But
now it's about... Well, hey, listen, good for Archer, he got out of it.
Yeah, it kind of turned out to be that Suzuki incident turned out to be a fucking blessing in disguise for Archer.
But I was like, so this is what Jericho does now, I guess.
Sure. Look, everybody needs a fucking cool off storyline every once in a while, and I guess this is Jericho's.
They're gonna win.
Probably.
So, like, again,
what do you
the hell are we doing with the Men of the Year here?
What do you want from me? I don't know! I keep telling you I don't fucking know. I still don't know.
I will say...
We're feuding over entrance music!
I will say, the one thing I was the happiest about was watching the tail end of this. I've said before, with having Junior and Arlovsky and most of the other people he has, they honestly don't want to be there. They're just there for a paycheck. Jorge Masvidal, he gave a shit because he's a wrestling fan. And that's why I was excited that in this giant array of people who were just standing there doing nothing, Paige Van Zant was at least acting as a wrestler. Again, she's a fan, so I like at least somebody is a part of this like outsider group that's at least trying to make a reaction. Like she was out there going, trying to fight me and all that jazz, while everybody else just stood there stone face. So use her more.
Yeah.
Use others that want to actually be there more, except for like Junior Dos Santos, who's been like extremely public about like wrestling is fucking trash.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel Men of the Year lost in the shuffle You got such dope talents between Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page. And it's almost all. This is exactly why we go back again. Those 6-man tag team titles would be perfect because in this sense, you would have something for Jericho Hager, and you can possibly throw in a Sammy Guevara if you needed to into this feud, and you can throw in whoever you need from American Top Team or even Masvidal if you needed to, or if you needed to throw him into there just for that viral moment, and you create something viable for these guys. What, like, I'm all about playing the long game, so it's like after this, what do you have for Ego and Scorpio Sky? Jericho's more gonna go on tour soon, so he's gonna be out of here, and then you have Hager, who can possibly be fit into any position on his own in a single sense. So it's like this needs to catapult Man of the Year into a tag team picture role, big time.
Yeah, I agree. Just something needs to be done here because this whole thing on the American Top Team, I'm not too sure about it. But yeah, thankfully after this, the best thing on this entire show came right afterwards. We've got a fucking interview with the Gun Club. We finally get a follow-up.
Who gives
on the heel turn? And guess what? Oh, you're gonna be carrying a few because guess what? They mention up the fact hey, everybody, we're undefeated. Yeah, Austin and Colton undefeated. Colton and Billy undefeated. Billy and Austin undefeated. Trios undefeated. We've never been lost yet. We're told that wins and losses matter here. And that's garbage. Dude.
Again, it goes back to what I was saying. This would matter and have substance.
No.
If they had Trios championships.
No.
That's where it's heading. That's where it's heading.
God, geez, no.
Gun Club inaugural six-man tag team championship.
Oh my god!
It's going back. Oh my goodness gracious! It's happening, boys.
Kill me now. Kill me right now where I stand.
I hope not.
Look.
I hope that's not the direction, man.
Listen, I had to see them on. Listen, by the way, they have new theme music. By the way,
yeah,
and it's like a train sound at first. It sounds like Diesel actually, and I'm like, who the fuck's this? And then the Gun Club show up in the goddamn elevation. I'm like, nope. You're not gonna. And then I'm watching Dynamite. And I'm like, oh, what's next? What's next? Oh, and I look up at the screen because it looks like, oh, right, they're about to play a promo. It's fucking Billy Gunn. And I'm like, oh, god damn it. I like Billy. I don't care for his idiot sons.
Colt 45, baby.
And then all of a sudden, other heels, and they're like, "Oh, we took out Big Show because we want to make a statement." And it's like, what statement did you make? He fought on the You made a statement, and then on the pay-per-view, he won a clean match against QT Marshall. You did nothing about it.
Colt 45, baby.
Yeah, Colt to the head.
So, best segment on the show, easily.
Absolutely not.
Look, the sooner later you accept what's happening here, the sooner the acceptance can start to set in which I have fun with it, and then you just have to go with it. But after that, we get women's competition. Jade Cargill against legit Layla Hirsch in a pretty decent match. This was pretty much Layla's match with Camille, only like 3 times shorter. Where it's like, oh, I'm small and you're big, but I'm going to try to take you down. Because the story of it was like, oh, can Layla German Jade? And she couldn't for like 5 minutes. And then she turned around, and then she did German her. And
I like this match, Jack.
yeah, I thought it was all right.
I was mostly happy with the fact that I got my wish, and this was not just a regular Jade Cargill match. This was like, honestly, I think her best match I've seen so far. She actually got to like do stuff.
Shaq match?
But I mean,
the Shaq match, bro.
The Shaq match is good.
It's great.
But that match is like a lot of that match is like Shaq
lifetime.
and Cody. And like also because she had to fight Red Velvet, and that's just a shame. But like
oh my god,
match,
what?
Man.
But this match with Layla, because I love Layla, she's great. She's future AEW Women's Champion material. Like I said, I was really hoping for the same kind of Camille deal, and I got that on a shorter scale, obviously, but it's still the same. I thought Layla looked great. Jade looked the best I've seen her. Mark takes like a suicide dive that looked really gnarly. I was really into this match. The crowd was really digging it. Layla was very over, of course, in Jersey, her home state. But there were also quite a few Jade fans, so she's getting herself over.
Yep. I was kind of nervous for this match because AEW is known for giving those that are in their hometown their moment. So I thought Layla was gonna possibly go over in this matchup, one way or another. I thought that was possibly gonna be a finish that they're gonna work in there. Thankfully, they didn't, because Jade is money, and Jade needs to have that AEW championship soon. Don't rush it, but in the due time, she's guaranteed a shot at that gold. I'd say do it after like a Thunder Rosa reign, because I feel like a Thunder Rosa and Jade match would be perfection, because you have that veteran mind state and experience that Thunder Rosa can carry within that match, with the likes of Jade, who's just star, and is going to be a cornerstone for that AEW women's division.
Yeah, absolutely. So end of the match, saw Layla try to go for her signature moonsault, miss. Jade hits the pump kick, followed by Jade at 1, 2, 3. Jade Cargill continues her undefeated streak, doing the right thing. Jade, at this point, I don't know what else could be said. She's not ready, title ready at this moment, but I think more and more she's getting closer to that.
I hope this match was the beginning of a more, like I said, no more Jade 2-minute squash matches. And I think, if this was possibly like a tryout for that, I think Layla was the best partner to do it with.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think, like I said, I think very highly of Layla. But I think the next person maybe you go with is Nyla.
Nyla Rose and Jade. I feel like that'd be an air together, but I'd say to put a buffer in between there, because the question I want to ask you guys: do you think the quick matches are a way to hide and the less experience that Jade has as far as working in the ring? Again, she's still green, she's still learning, so there's probably not a lot of movesets that she's even comfortable with in the ring or showcasing just yet. So do you feel that may be an instance why they're holding on to these quick matches until she's working with time to either carry the match, majority of the match, or
I think it's mainly because, like, obviously she's still very green, but she looks like $1 million. She talks like $1 million. At this point, like, they're just building her up to see what, where she's at more and more, and seeing if she's title ready. Obviously, I don't think she's title ready right now, But I think you keep giving her opponents like Layla Hirsch, people who are as experienced as Layla Hirsch, and that could work well with Jade Cargill. And, I think Nyla Rose, if that's a road they want to go down, like, Nyla's a very good worker as well. So if you want to just do that, have a big monster brawl and have, like, that be Jade's, like, first big feud in AEW, that's the way you go. You just got to keep going and like, see how far she progresses as, they get closer and closer to hopefully having her challenge for the belt. Because at this point, it's almost a guarantee that she's going to.
Yes, sir.
But after that, we go, we get first we get an Andrade promo, pretty much saying that he doesn't need anyone. I could have beat Pac all by myself. And I don't know what did he call himself? Do you remember what he called himself, Adam?
No, sadly I don't.
Well, I know on Twitter he's going by the Good Father now, which is
the right to censor's back. Yeah.
So I guess
all I really got from the promo was he's the boss. Chavo's not the boss. He does shit his way. I thought this was the best promo as well that he's done so far. This little video package. I think this is a great way to showcase. The question that remains for somebody like him is what's next. Chavo seems to be gone from AEW for the time being because he has to go and be wrestling consultant for season 2 of The Young Rock. But they said he'll be back, so that's not the end of Chavo.
Oh God, is Chavo gonna start wrestling?
I mean, you gotta say he has at least one match with Andrade.
Oh, come on!
He's on the roster page. He's 0-0-0.
Damn it!
He has to at least have one match with Andrade, putting Andrade over, and that's a big win. What he does now, I don't know. Either you do Pac still, or if you want to continue that feud, or you put him into something new. I just don't know who.
I don't know, man. Like Andrade, like I like the pairing of Andrade and Chavo, but I understand they had to write Chavo off. At this point, it's like you gotta put Andrade into something meaningful, a meaningful feud, because it's so far that you can push this guy doing promos over and over and over again, and it's not leading to anywhere. It's just empty promises. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and clearly, what might have been planned is probably going to be on ice now. When we'll get to why that is in our Dark Side segment. Because I mean that door is pretty much closed.
Yeah.
Well, so the question now is like, now what do we do? But I guess we have to wait and see. The AW's pretty good at fixing things when they're in a rut. It takes a few, but they finally get it. I mean, they look at Miro.
So after this, though, we get back. We cut back to the commentary desk, and they're all just talking. And then who should come strolling by but fucking Taz? He's all small and angry. He's like,
I didn't obviously being there live. You don't hear the commentary, but I did see him attack him, and I liked Punk being like, "Oh, look who came across the bridge."
You trying to take my job, brother?
I'm not trying to take your job.
You trying to take your job, and then fucking Hook's out there. We get a fucking stare down.
The reaction this crowd got for just the stare down. People want this match. I want this match. I want Hook and Punk. I want this entire 2 years of him and Tony Khan talking to be like, hey, so here's the whole reason I want you to come back. We got this Hook.
Dude, that'd be great if the whole reason to bring back Punk was just to simply put over Taz's kid.
To break the illusion for everybody, though, sadly. I clearly saw Hobbs waiting.
Yeah.
to come and do his attack. So I was like, oh, all right, I know what's about to happen.
Well, surprise, surprise, Hog comes out of there and completely obliterates Punk.
Oh, Jesus, this table doesn't budge at all.
Fucking Hobbs picks him up. So Taz is just screaming at him, it's clobbering time, because fucking Punk stole his thing last week, so now he's gonna steal his thing. So Hobbs picks him up, hits him with a one-handed spine buster, and like Adam says, the table just does not give at all. Like, he doesn't go through it. Just smacks hard into it.
I was just hoping he didn't book a T that plan.
It was so gross.
I was hoping
we don't have a
T Austin.
There's not a Ryback situation.
Yeah, hopefully. Jesus Christ. Hopefully he's good enough to go.
They don't give him a Z-Pack.
But after this, we go right on to our next match of the night. It's Shawn Spears versus Darby Allin.
Spears!
But before the match, Shawn had a little bit of a promo on Darby. He said, Darby, you call me a piece of shit. You call me generic. You're absolutely right.
Fuck you.
Like, what? Why did you say he was right? What the fuck is wrong with you? Hey, so basically this whole thing was like, hey, I gave you your first loss here in AEW. So now I was like, I'm better than you because of that fact. Not knowing that Darby has had like 8,000 other matches after the fact, but whatever. Shawn Spears comes out. He's got like a new entrance, I think. He's sitting down in a chair, and there's like a whistle.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful.
He closes his chair, and then his music starts.
It's amazing. It's the best entrance of the year. Oh my God. Shawn Spears was there. I was so excited. The bass god, the Canadian god of wrestling.
I don't understand you. I don't get you.
Faced Shawn Spears.
You give me shit about liking Doc Gallows, and then you choose to stand Shawn Spears?
Yeah, Shawn Spears is amazing. This match, very good.
It was very good. I liked it.
Why? Because Shawn Spears is very good.
Shawn is a very, very good worker. I will give him that. There's this spot in this match where Tully is distracting Darby, and then fucking Shawn pulls his foot, and Darby just is like, alright, I'll just do a full front neck bump on the back of my head on this apron for no reason. No reason whatsoever. Like, it was disgusting looking. Also another disgusting looking spot. Fucking Spears and Darby were messing around with these fucking steps. And Spears got set up at one point, and Darby just fucking goes at like 100 miles per hour and just slams his entire body into Spears off of the dive, right off of the fucking steel steps. Puts him back in the ring, hits him with the fucking coffin drop. Yeah, this is good shit. This is real good shit.
Can't say that about Doc Gallows.
Shut the fuck up. Yes, I can.
As Doc Gallows had great matches so far this year with the likes of Darby Allin and Sammy Guevara.
He was in that fucking 8-man Dark Order Hangman fucking elite match.
She's not like, who cares? He got counted out.
You never give him anything, man. So biased.
Yeah, because Shawn Spears is great. He got the C4. He got the chair.
It's a Death Valley driver.
He got the C4. He got the Tully Blanchard.
All right,
he get even angry. He break out the black glove again. Come on now.
All right, I'm moving on to the end.
I just want to see Tully and Sting go at it. They should have had that segment in that ring, man. That's all I wanted to see during that matchup.
Fucking happened after this it was kind of so. Yeah. Darby wins. Sting's there. Happy Papa. And then here comes the fucking FTR out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, they're about to just beat the shit out of fucking Sting and Darby right now. And I'm thinking, okay, someone's about to come and make the save. That never happens.
No, they get the shit kicked out.
Shawn Spears also just disappears.
No, he's done. Thanks, Sean.
He's very upset about that.
Thanks, Sean. You served your purpose.
They brawl, typical bullshit. But the takeaway here is Big takes a spike pile driver.
He did take a spike pile driver. Now, to be fair, I believe it was fucking Dax who did the pile driving. He was very, very safe with it. Like, you could tell he very...
I'm obviously safe, but still, like, seeing that live is like, Jesus, it's Sting!
When seeing
this man was at one point dead.
After being told that, no, don't wrestle anymore. And now he's taking legit pile drivers on live TV. It's amazing.
He's gonna fight FTR.
Yeah, now, next week, FTR against Darby and Sting.
What the fuck? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna watch Sting wrestle.
I mean, great.
Gonna be good. Need that Tully standoff. Tully and Sting standoff.
I thought, this match was great. The post-match stuff was great. It's all great.
This is awesome.
I'm just happy that finally the Inner Circle and the Pinnacle are doing shit that doesn't involve each other.
So, after this, we get to quite possibly I said the Gun Club was the best thing on this. This might be the best thing on this show. So Danielson's out. He's up next for in-ring interview with Shivani. They just basically want to know why he went after Omega first. But before Danielson could really say anything, he's cut off by Don Callis, who's with Omega, as always, making his way down to the ring. He says that when he heard that Danielson wanted to come over here for the hell of it, and he's like, people called me a carny piece of shit, and then Omega's like, no, that's really how he feels. And then Callis is like, all right, you're not a carny piece of shit, you're just fucking stupid. And then Danielson tells him to shut the hell up, to a big pop, and he's like, I came here to fight the best. And a lot of people tell me that Omega's the best. So what about it, Omega? He's like, you come out here, you call yourself the god of pro wrestling, you call yourself the best bout machine. Personally, all I see is a man that's lost his balls. And Omega obviously takes offense to that. And he's like, so you want the god of professional wrestling? You want the best bout machine? My answer, everybody's chanting yes at this point. They're waited with bated breath. What is he going to say? My answer is yes! The crowd goes crazy. Fucking Bryan Danielson against Kenny Omega at Grand Slam.
So, I didn't know that at first.
What?
I didn't know that was happening.
What do you mean?
Well, the crowd, like I said, this crowd was hot, so it was kind of hard at points to hear everything that all the wrestlers were saying.
You didn't hear him say yes?
No, I didn't hear him say Grand Slam.
It didn't say Grand Slam. They kind of...
Okay, so they never mentioned it in the promo.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it pops up on the Titantron.
Yeah, it pops on after the fact.
Holy fuck.
You get to watch that match live and I hate you. I hate you forever.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. What the fuck? Because, so that whole segment is fantastic, and I'm sitting there thinking, all right, that's cool. This is going to be at the pay-per-view, obviously. And then, this is, the segment before the main event. So, the segment ends, everything goes away, and it's time to run down for Grand Slam.
Well, wait, before that, we get a little thing.
Oh, was there a video? Okay.
Was earlier on the show, Fuego sent out a bit of a challenge.
Oh, yes, he challenges Miro to a match for the belt on Rampage and says, I'm going to put up my car. Now, again, the audio at points was not completely clear, so I originally thought that he put up his career. And then it's made clear that it's for his car, and I laughed.
He
I was
just got his contract.
Car.
Why would he put up his career?
Because, honestly, I thought there might have been a chance that Fuego was winning the belt.
No.
What is going to occur, I like better now in the long run.
Yeah.
But, so then they put up the match card for Grand Slam. And the first thing they show is Kenny Omega versus Bryan Danielson. And I lost it. I'm like, oh, I can't, what? I get to see I get to watch this. And then the hits keep getting more, because then they're like, FTR is going to fight Sting and Darby. I'm like, the fuck? I'm going to watch Sting?
Yeah.
And then they're like, Britt's going to fight Ruby. I'm like, I'm getting that too?
Yeah.
And then, of course, we're getting Malachi and Cody Rhodes. We're getting MJF and Brian Pillman Jr. And I also believe that the Cole and Elite versus Jurassic Express and Christian is on this show too.
No, that's on Rampage.
That's on Rampage. There's another match that they announced for this.
FTR and Sting and Darby.
No, I said that.
You said that earlier, but you didn't say it.
Is it only 5 matches?
Yes.
Oh, only 5 are on the... Okay.
Omega.
Everything else is on Rampage. Shit.
Omega, Danielson... well, there's also a Punk interview that they made mention.
Oh, they didn't announce that at the show.
Oh.
That must have been like later announced.
How the hell are they going? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying you're witnessing history, man. Like,
I got no words. Words cannot describe what is going to occur in a few days. Not even just for me being there live, but for everybody.
How the hell? This is all gonna fit this is like a fucking takeover special.
Oh, it very much feels like this could be one of the few episodes that does go past the runtime. I mean, I don't think like Darby and Sting against FTR or Pillman and MJF are going to be very long matches.
But what match you think's gonna start?
I would start it with the women's match.
Yeah, honestly.
You do that, and then you're obviously ending with Brian and Kenny. And then in the middle there, you throw in Sting and Darby, and you throw in the FTR match. The FTR and Sting match. You throw in MJF and Pillman. What's the other one? Well, I guess they could open up with Malachi and Cody.
They could.
Honestly, I don't know. They can open up with any of those matches, and they're all going to be... The whole card is going to be fire, so it really doesn't matter. It just absolutely ridiculous. What? Fuck. And then there's the main event.
Oh, yeah, main event time. Moxley and Kingston against 2.0. So Moxley, Kingston making their way down the ring. They get obviously jumped by 2.0 and Garcia, because that's kind of their thing at this point. This match doesn't go very long, because again, is kind of a thing.
It's all about the setup.
Yeah, it's kind of like this was all set up for what was to come. 2.0 pretty much get the heat for a majority of this match on Kingston, I believe. No, they get the heat on Moxley. And Kingston is the hot tag. Yeah.
This crowd wanted Kingston like every other crowd I've seen. But like being there live just to hear like an entire crowd cheer for this guy who fucking deserves everything he's getting right now is like just like so like happy. It's just a happy like feeling. I got goosebumps, and he gets the hot tag in, and this crowd just erupts. Like, I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but like at points, it feels like Kingston's like more over than Moxley is.
Yeah.
People just fucking love this guy, and it's because he's real. And he just comes in there, and he does the Hurricane, and he's doing the DDT, and the suplexes, and 2.0 are just getting tossed around. And then there's like the finishing spot was fucking gnarly.
Perfect main event to end off an awesome episode.
And then, Moxley and Kingston win. And then And Suzuki's music starts playing.
So Suzuki comes down, his music's playing, and meanwhile, while his music is playing, Kaze ni Nare is playing. He's undressing. He's already getting ready to fight both of these motherfuckers. They hit the Kaze ni Nare spot.
I got it this time.
We got it, but immediately...
I have it on video.
But immediately, Lance Archer, out of nowhere, pulls Eddie Kingston out of the ring, and everybody's just brawling with one another, and that's kind of how we ended off the show. It was shown later on social media that Archer and Suzuki had laid them out, but we didn't get to see that. Yeah, good shit.
Fantastic. I mean, I don't know how, I don't know how much everything came off on TV, but it seems from both of you that it was just as, engaging as it was being there live, which I think is a really big deal. That, the live feel and the home feel are kind of always feeling the exact same. You go to a WWE show, sometimes it doesn't translate as well onto TV. But just from, my reactions with you guys, from Krim being at All Out to our reactions watching it on TV, it feels like the energy is alive in both what's on TV and what's in that crowd. Everybody is getting the exact same experience. The only difference is I have to, be deaf and I can't hear people very well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I'm also not in my chair. But without that, it was great. Absolutely insane. And then Rampage heads up on there next. I mean, there's a few minutes between hand. For you guys, it was a few days. For me, it was 15 minutes. But same deal, right?
Yeah. But Rampage is after that.
I still got nothing for you. I don't know what the hell this theme
Don't
song
worry,
is.
we're just gonna run down this because we still got some stuff to talk about.
Rampage. Rampage.
We start off with the Butcher and the Blade against the Lucha Bros in a pretty hard-hitting tag team title match. I think this is...
I like this match a lot, actually.
Yeah.
This is solid.
Butcher and Blade got a lot more in this match than I thought they were going to get. Looked very strong against the Lucha Bros. Phoenix did a fucking moonsault German suplex at one point, and I was like, okay,
it's really cool.
Whatever. Fuck off. At this point, what can't this guy do? Show me something you can't do. How about that, Phoenix? Show me something you can't do, and then I'll be impressed.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Fucking bastard. Butcher and the Blade, they've got, at one point near the end, they've got Lucha Bros dead to rights. Fucking Penta's tied up in the corner with his mask. They're about to kill Phoenix, but Penta, out of act of pure desperation, rips the mask off, covers his face, super kicks Blade. Phoenix then Hurricane Rana's Butcher, and they get the victory, and they retain their belts. But right after the match, they get assaulted and get taken out by the Hardy family office. To say the Hardy family office didn't have a good night on this show would be an understatement.
No, they had a pretty bad night.
When did they not have a bad night? The Hardy family office needs a better direction. I kind of feel like they should split off and just keep Private Party with Matt Hardy. Butcher and Blade are a solid tag team that I feel sooner rather than later should be in the ranks for those tag team titles. Lucha Bros, man, unstoppable. I kind of feel that the Lucha Bros, I don't know, it's weird. I feel like the Lucha Bros would benefit with Andrade as a trio better in that sense, and Butcher and Blade would look so sick together with Pac as a trios. Am I crazy thinking that, or but
I think a lot of people.
Other than that tag team. Pardon?
I said I think a lot of people share that. I've seen that take a lot on social media, or at least on Twitter. So you're not alone on that one.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's just a way I just been seeing just the scope of things between these teams and just a direction to just take these guys and have something for them. But yeah, like this is a solid opener for Rampage, and that's what you need for Rampage. You need something that's just on fire, that's just heat from the starting bell to the finish.
Yeah, I agree. Very good start for this show. After this, we get a package for the Omega Danielson match, pretty much showing us where everybody's head's at. Danielson.
Yeah. So was this like just like their usual, like, you know, let's just clip in stuff type deal? Because
Yes.
this is not on our show.
Yeah,
obviously.
this is obviously clipped in.
Okay.
Danielson said he just wants to wrestle the best, and he heard that's Omega. Omega's going to show him that he's the best bout machine come the Grand Slam. And that was it.
Oh, I forgot to mention, speaking of Grand Slam, I don't know what happened on TV or Elevation or Dark, but beginning of Dynamite and then before Rampage started, Max Caster and Tony Khan got into it, and it was announced that there's going to be a wrap-off between Tony Khan and Max Caster. I don't know where this is taking place. I didn't even know this was going to make it onto TV, but apparently it did. Tony Khan tells Max Caster and Anthony Bowens to come back later on in the night before Rampage starts, and he'll address it. I'm thinking, oh, so this is just something that they're doing for live crowds, but apparently it's going to be a real thing.
I guess we're going to have to see, because I didn't see
So, I guess that's something I didn't know was going to happen. But okay. But then, yeah, after that, the Hardy family office are still, well, at least Matt Hardy and Jack Evans are still out there. And Tony Schiavone gets to interview Matt, and Matt's upset.
Yeah. Well, wait, no, you forgot about the match. You forgot about a match. Because
no, doesn't the match happen after the promo?
No, Anna Jay versus the Bunny happens before.
Oh, I thought, all right. Oh, well, I thought it, well, either way.
So, after...
so yeah, Anna Jay and the Bunny have a pretty okay match.
Yeah, pretty all right match. This all stems from the fact that Anna Jay, on Dynamite, this match was announced on Dynamite. The Dark Order obviously still going through some bullshit. She pretty much told them, "You guys suck. I don't want you out here for my match." And then,
but Tay Conti's out there.
Yeah, Ty Conti's allowed because we're BFFs. How it should be.
And Penelope's with the Bunny. Penelope got a decent reaction. Jersey girl. So that was whatever. This match was okay. I thought Anna Jay looked pretty okay, like pretty good. You know, she's still recovering, obviously getting back into the ring. The Bunny still don't know what happened.
But
I just feel like this is the wrong gimmick, but whatever.
Anna Jay pretty much gets the roll-up victory on the Bunny. Penelope immediately comes out. They attack them. They attack Ty and Anna. And then Penelope proceeds to put on brass knucks and knock them both out with brass knucks.
Yeah.
So
yeah, she did.
This one is still not over because coming up on this week's Rampage, we will see Anna Jay taking on Penelope Ford this time around. Yeah.
I'm not excited.
Right.
I said this to my friend, and I think I'm starting to finally get the idea. Now that I've seen Penelope live in an AEW. What?
You said Penelope.
Yeah, Penelope. Seeing her live, I think I finally come to what I'm seeing the issue to be. You know, a lot of these independent wrestlers have wrestled in like 12x12, 14x14 rings. The AEW ring obviously is a much bigger ring. And I think Penelope is one of those people that falls into that situation of, I don't think she's comfortable in a big ring yet. Because I've seen her do that springboard cutter in smaller like GCW or Beyond rings. And most of the time, she hits it pretty damn flawlessly. But when she tries to do it here, there's just too much space. And she's like a small woman.
Well, how much time does she need? She's been on the roster for like 2 years.
Well, again, that's another issue with the fact that they don't give the women a lot to do.
It's not elevation.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. I feel like maybe she herself needs to change up her moveset from being like real flashy independent worker to a lot more of a bitchy heel. And I think then she could be one of the best they have. Allie needs to get the fuck away from being the bunny and go back to being Cherry Bomb, and she could be back to being one of the best women in the business. Anna Jay is great for being how goddamn young she is into her career. She's great. Ty, Ty is also really great. We just mentioned she needs to slow it down with all the new moves. All four of these women could be such bigger deals. They just need to start getting a little bit better direction. And fighting each other consistently is like, all right, cool. You get like to fight and stuff, but like I don't know. I don't really care about this feud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's again like I feel like these type of feuds need to again stay on like the dark elevations, and if it is like a blow off match, then you put it on the Rampage. All these ladies, they all are still in that realm, or getting their reps in and building that momentum for themselves. It did its job, I'd say, but again, like it's what's next for these ladies after that is the question. You know what I mean? And again, you go back to being comfortable in the ring. We need more women's matches on the darks and elevations. I know they're doing that a lot more, but we need more of that so that these ladies aren't, getting that like state of shock when they're working on the big shows like Rampage or a Dynamite on TV.
Yeah. But after that,
Matt Hardy gets interviewed.
Matt Hardy
is not happy.
Is losing his fucking mind with Orange Cassidy. He's
blaming Orange Cassidy for everything. Even though, like,
not only does he blame
Orange Cassidy with the tag match,
he blames Orange Cassidy. He also blames Orange Cassidy's fans as well, which then leads to him looking over to the crowd.
He points out, especially you, and I'm like, so earlier on in the night, I had just like how WWE has the creepy guy and his mom, or the guy with the smiley face T-shirt, AEW is starting to have its own set of like recurring crowd people.
Yes,
and I had seen earlier in the show the Orange Cassidy kid. Out in the concourse before the show started. People were taking pictures with him and everything because he's the Orange Cassidy kid.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, he's going to go yell at the Orange Cassidy kid. Well, God, was I wrong. Because instead he pulls out the complete opposite of the Orange Cassidy kid, a big fat guy.
Yeah,
dressed as Orange Cassidy.
Yes, Orange Cassidy gives him the thumbs up. He just stands there, and Matt
Hardy just fucking says, nah, fuck this shit, man. Wallops him. And then beats this poor guy up, brings him into the ring, and then they cut his hair.
Jack Evans is also with him, by the way.
Yes, I bet. Yes, Jack Evans, the only one out there with him, and he's just laughing, being dickhead Jack Evans. And they're cutting this poor dude's hair. And then here comes Orange Cassidy for the save.
Making it as slow as possible.
Orange Cassidy had some really funny moments after this, trying to put the hair back onto the guy's body.
Aww.
And it just would, and at one point, some of it stays, like it just clings on by static, and Orange Cassidy puts up a small thumb, and the crowd goes, yeah! I'm like, God, this is so stupid, but I love every minute of it.
So great. So wonderful.
And obviously, we're leading to a hair versus hair match, and I still don't know how I feel about a bald Matt Hardy.
That'd be crazy. That's going to be a trip. A bald.
Because they're not going to shave Orange Cassidy.
No, obviously not.
So we're going to get Matt Hardy with, like, short hair? I don't know how I feel about that.
Matt Hardy is just as weird as a bald Shawn Michaels. It just doesn't make sense.
No.
Bald Shawn Michaels is Nick Gage. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so that's that segment. This crowd was into it. Orange Cassidy.
I want to ask though, like the dude that got his head shaved, is that, I believe that's Dalton Castle of Beyond Wrestling. I don't know. I might be wrong, but he's a commentator and booker for Beyond Wrestling.
There's 2 Dalton Castles in wrestling?
You're talking about Drew Cordero. That's the
maybe I might be mixing up names, but like
I thought the same thing. I don't know if that was confirmed or not, but I mean, obviously it was a plant, but just like Jesus. But you know, funny stuff around. People are really into this feud. I mean, they're into anything Orange Cassidy does.
We have some very dirty minds in our Discord server right now. So.
Sorry, Denver, Colorado. Denver, Colorado is his name. Man, not the place.
But I think after that, they run down the Rampage card.
No.
There's a video thing?
No, because commercial, and then we're brought back, because now it is time for the Ruby and Britt promo.
Wow, how did I forget about this?
This was literally the best thing on this show.
I don't know why I went to match card right away. This segment was amazing.
It was so
holy shit.
Solid.
I was so taken aback by how good Ruby is on the mic. I mean, a lot of that has to do with the fact that she never got to fucking speak in the Fed.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it was Vinny of Brian and Vinny show, who pointed out that Chris Statlander and Nyla Rose and like I'm not gonna put Red Velvet in there because she was dead on arrival and that shit.
What is your problem with Red Velvet?
A lot.
She is a fine wrestler.
Yeah. And even like Sheeta and shit, and none of these girls have been able to break the crowd loving Britt. But Ruby,
she damn near got
Ruby goddamn did it.
She got the best out of anyone thus far.
As this crowd started to chant. This crowd started to give a shit. I mean, they were already giving a shit about Ruby. But this was the first time where I saw a crowd kind of really go 50-50 split between her and Britt. And this, I mean, people have said it. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but is possibility they hot shot this thing onto Ruby?
Nah.
With the momentum that they have right now?
I kind of feel that they should do it because with Britt Baker, she's going to be the type that she's going to be that multi-time champion for the AEW women's division. So I don't feel like she's going to be hurt if she loses the championship now, because she can eventually win it back later and go on a longer championship reign on that accord. But yeah, like Ruby brings and evicts this sort of emotion, that underdog feel, you know what I mean? And she has the history of Britt Baker, so the story all around makes so much sense. And she has the fans. She's captivated the fan base. So I wouldn't be against her winning it, and it wouldn't hurt me if Britt retains it either. So this is a perfect feud that they have going to keep the AEW women's division strong.
I think that AEW, for the most part, is very consistent on sticking with plans. And I think very much they want to stick with the plan that the main goal here is to get to Britt versus Rosa. So, in the case...
you're looking at like a situation that I don't even think they were ready for.
No, obviously not.
In like the fact that Ruby is like...
this over.
Massively over. And like, I mean, again, it's awesome for Ruby.
See this way, but again,
if she doesn't win, they gotta somehow keep the momentum that they have with her. You know what the best?
Sure, it's 100% off.
But you know what the best way to do that? Don't fucking put her on elevation! We haven't seen Hikaru Shida on TV since the night she lost the fucking belt at Double or Nothing. Do not do that with Ruby!
I don't think they're going to do that. Listen, I love Shida, but you always fall into that situation.
But Nothing! She was the longest reigning champion! And then she's not on TV ever!
We had a very good match with Masa Slamovich on Elevation.
The point. I get that people want more people to watch Elevation. I get people wanting to put big stars on Elevation. I get that. But it doesn't help anyone when your former longest reigning women's champion is never on TV. Never. Not one segment. Not one storyline. Not one match. It does not help anybody.
That's why I'm going to ask this question. Do you think it's time that AEW, which I was going to bring it back to that Ali tag matchup, do you think it's right that AEW should introduce AEW Women's Tag Team Championships? So it gives a place for some of these women that are out of these feuds, a place to do something. And also in the effect, we got to also remember that Ruby eliminated Thunder Rosa in that Battle Royale. So they can always throw that championship on Ruby and bring it back into a triple threat matchup. That way, Thunder Rosa can get the over on that accord.
I only want them to bring in the tag team titles if they are certain that they're going to be used on TV. And if not, and if they become like a kind of like an afterthought, like the Impact Knockouts tag team titles or even the WWE women's tag team titles, then no. What they need to do right now is start figuring out actual feuds for these women's that isn't revolved around the title, like how you see with Hardy and Orange Cassidy, like how you see with Christian and the Jurassic Express against how they're doing with Cody and Malachi. We need feuds for these women's that don't revolve around the belt. That's what we need.
You got Swole and Diamante, but like they didn't even give them the proper platform to expose that that feud.
Again, that's on Dark, but that needs to be on TV.
That needs to be on Dynamite. That blow off match should have been on Dynamite.
It's ridiculous. But that's another conversation for another time. This promo I thought very good. Britt comes out strong, says, "Welcome to some TV time, Ruby." And she says, like, you come out here and it's like, you don't have a damn clue who you are, but I know exactly who I am. Dr. Britt Baker, DFD. Obviously, at this point, the crowd is still with Britt. And then I think Ruby's like, all right, I got to turn this around. And turn it around, she did. And she was all like, Britt, I know exactly who the hell I am. It just was until now, I never had the freedom to do so, which got a pretty big pop. But she's like, let's talk about you for a second, because something tells me that you're not used to people telling you you're wrong. But you remind me of every other woman I've wrestled before in my past, entitled, self-serving, and banging some dude in the back, which got another very good pop. Not only the crowd was going crazy, but the fucking announce team were absolutely loving
Which, can we talk about? Because I want to know how it was for you. So, the announce team was Excalibur, Ricky Starks, Chris Jericho, and Taz?
Yes.
Where's Mark? Where's Tony?
Well, I don't think Tony's on the show. JR's usually on the show, but I don't know where he was.
How was Ricky?
He was alright. He was pretty good. So it was all like, Mark is replaced by Ricky. Yeah, where was Mark then? If anybody has the answer to that.
He was there for the main event thing he usually does.
Oh, yeah, he was there for the thing. But,
it was just a rotation of commentary team.
That seems to be the thing with Rampage. They just kind of rotate people in and out. But after that, Britt says, like, you call yourself the runaway, but in reality, you didn't run away, you got fired, which was a good pop. Ruby says, you know what, you're absolutely right, I did get fired, and it turns out to be the best thing to ever happen to me, because it brought me to this point fighting for this belt, and I want you to look me dead in the eyes right now, because come Grand Slam, there's one thing you won't be able to call yourself by the end of it, and that is AEW Women's Champion. Britt tries to strike her. Ruby immediately fights her off, and that is our build-up to the match between Ruby Soho and Britt Baker for their match at Grand Slam. Great stuff. I love this promo. But after the promo is done, we now get to our main event of the evening. You get the fucking usual interview beforehand with Fuego and Miro.
Well, we have to run down what's on Rampage.
All right, go run down the card.
Because I get to see these things. Anna Jay and Penelope Ford, that's happening. We're going to have an 8-man tag. It's going to be Party Family Office of Private Party and the Butcher and the Blade are going to take on the Lucha Brothers and Santana and Ortiz. That's going to be fun. CM Punk's going to fight Powerhouse Hobbs. Okay.
Powerhouse.
Jager and Jericho.
That should be their tag team name.
They're going to take on the Men of the Year in a tag match. The Super Click, Adam Cole and the Bucks are going to take on the Jurassic Express and Christian. And then what presumably I would guess is the main event, a lights out match between Suzuki Gun, Minoru Suzuki, and Archer against Kingston and Moxley.
I talked about I talked about how Dynamite, how that's going to go 2 hours. How are they going to do this in 2 hours? That's like 6 matches, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And just no promos.
I guess so.
This is going to be a straight up wrestling show.
I guess for both shows, to be quite honest. Besides that,
besides the interview with Punk,
2
days.
This is gonna be fucking crazy, dude. It's gonna be fucking
2 days.
Yeah. All right. Now,
for you guys, you gotta watch it at home. But 2 days.
Shut the hell up. All right.
Main event time. It's a rematch from 2 weeks ago.
3
weeks ago. Wow.
Yes.
3 weeks. Yeah. It's Miro and Fuego del Sol for the TNT Championship, except the caveat this time is if Fuego loses, Miro gets his brand new car.
So, spoiler alert, Miro beats the shit out of Fuego.
Well, okay, I don't think that's fair. I thought Fuego put up a damn hell of a fight in this one.
He did some stuff, but, Miro just, was not having any of his shit. There were points where Fuego tried to fucking counter, and Miro, near the end of the match, fucking Miro, it looked like Fuego was trying to do a fucking enziguri, and Miro's having none of it. He kicks him in the head and starts beating the shit out of him with fists flying in the corner, and then he picks him up, he super kicks him, and he gets the victory. It was fucking great.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this.
And
then the aftermath, he's continuing to do the beatdown. Here comes Sammy Guevara. And great reaction for Sammy. I said before, if you weren't going to do Jungle Boy and you weren't going to do Kingston, because it seems like both of them are kind of busy doing their own things. If you were going to do if Sammy is the person that's taking it off of Miro, I can't think of anybody better. I think it's Sammy's time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Belt.
Maybe. Because I don't know. I love Sammy. If they wanted to give him the belt, I wouldn't disagree with it, but I'm still having a fucking blast with this Miro run right now.
Yeah, Miro should still be. I think Miro's going to be a long reigning TNT champion. We still even have CJ even make her debut yet or an appearance yet. He's teasing that, so.
They keep mentioning her. I have no, it's gonna happen.
I thought there was a chance she was showing up at the show.
She could be showing up at Grand Slam.
Well, he's not scheduled for anything on that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe somewhere down the line.
But that was Rampage.
A very cool, very short show.
Oh, I just watching it live is the same as TV. It's like the crisp, breezy. It goes by all of a sudden. Like I look at my clock. It's like, oh shit! Like there's like 10 minutes left. All right. It's that engaging, and it goes by so quick. Everything is so, just well produced in this one short little hour of television, and everything feels like it has a purpose. And then all of a sudden, it's like 10 minutes left, and you're like, oh shit, all right, it's time to go home. And then we try to go home. Sammy gets on the mic. He does the typical AEW spiel. You guys didn't see this. He does the typical AEW spiel of like, oh, thanks for coming out, yada yada yada. Everybody gets up. Sammy gets back on. Okay, everybody, wait, hold on 1 second. Come back. So I got this vlog. You guys know about it? Yeah. So you're all going to be a part of it. So everybody's like, okay, sure, yeah. Woo! Sammy's like, okay, thanks for coming out. Everybody starts leaving. He's like, oh, thank you guys once again. Thanks for coming out. I'm like, God, Sam, I want to go home. But just an incredible experience.
And you get to.
I mean, I can't even.
It's gonna be 10 times better in like 2 days.
It probably will be, but this first experience is it's my first, and I'm gonna always remember this show. I mean, all in all, I mean, next week, this week's Dynamite and Rampage are obviously like pay-per-view god tier levels of shows. But these two shows were still just as entertaining and so quick, just like it is on TV. Just everything. Like I said, this crowd, not once. And they were there for 4 hours. Not once were they dead for anything.
No.
And I think that's what really helps the show just fly by, is everything is getting a reaction. And that's something that hasn't been seen in so long.
That's dope.
And to witness it, like, I sit back, and just watch as the crowd just react, and I go, this is special. Like, this is legitimately special. People are just so happy to have a show or a wrestling company that's not insulting them and just continues to just give and give and give. And it's only because we support and make sure that this company gets the ability to just give and give and give. And it keeps it a revolving door of just good deeds both ways.
Yeah.
And then, you have to go to fucking Grand Slam. So, like, bleh.
The only thing that could make this Grand Slam better is if we could get a quick Doc Gallows match on the show.
No, God, no. God, that was honestly the best part, is he wasn't there at all.
He'll be back.
No.
Yeah.
But that was my experience, at least at the New Jersey, at the Newark attendance, a show that I've had tickets for 560 something days. It finally comes to fruition. I mean, I didn't get the War Games match that I was supposed to get, but fuck it, I got something even better than that.
This Discord chat knows what's up. It's Doc Gallows rap.
Oh, Jesus. But, so that's that. That's Dynamite, that's Rampage, as I said. Next episode, attached to what this video is, or maybe a separate upload on the channel, because I've had ideas. I want to talk to Zai about that. About maybe adding some more content to the channel. But you'll see a special vlog edition as Adam Jackpot's on the scene going to Grand Slam and AEW.
He's going to have to realize he's going to have to send it to me for me to upload. But
I'm going to edit it first, and now I'm going to send you it.
All right.
My reactions, you're going to see me getting there and everything that goes along with it.
All right.
But time for the news.
Yeah,
I don't think there's not a lot of news.
We're just
because the real heavy part of the news
is in the fucking next. But we'll just go over some things real quick. I know we don't usually. I say this often, but we don't usually go over news of this week, but considering what literally happened today, it'd be kind of hard for us not to. So, apparently, AEW and the Owen Hart Foundation have entered into a relationship to honor the world-renowned wrestler Hart's legacy. They posted this today. AEW and the Owen Hart Foundation, a nonprofit charity which provides a vast range of assistance and opportunities to individuals in need across the world, are collaborating to honor the legacy of the late wrestler Owen Hart, a beloved figure in the professional wrestling community and beyond. This collaboration includes launching the annual Owen Hart Cup tournament within AEW, which will see the winner receive a cup known as the Owen, as well as the production and distribution of unique and original Owen Hart merchandise, including specified retail goods, as well as the upcoming AEW console video game. So,
just,
wow.
I mean,
out of all the things I was not expecting today,
AEW continues to just prove why they're the best company.
Brilliant move.
Not only is this, you respect, like, Martha was never going to go back to the W.
No.
It's never happening.
No.
But here comes Tony Khan and a company of people that are extremely like, we're going to ask you. And, she could have said no. And I think Tony would have been like, okay, cool, respect the wishes and move on. But she said yes. Somehow, she said yes. And I think that is a testament to the businessman that Tony Khan is, and the person that he is, and the team that he has created within his roster, his backstage, the Bucks, Omega, Cody. Somebody like Mark Henry, who I definitely feel like was a big, big part in this probably happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't been mentioned, but a lot of people have pointed that, especially with, when he tried to put that out there at the Hall of Fame ceremony. I can totally see him, and probably Big Show, and a lot of those guys, and Billy Gunn, that have worked with Owen, being big, just helping to make this come to fruition. And the fact that it's happening is amazing. Like, we're going to get T-shirts. The dude's going to be in a video game finally. Jeremy Padawer, who is in charge of the AEW action figures, has already said, we're working on it already. So that's crazy that we're getting like an Owen Hart figure. And the Owen, which is a brilliant move.
This definitely is going to be one of those type of tournaments that's going to be in 20, 30 years. You look back and it's going to have that type of prestige. I believe this is something that they've been working on since the inception of AEW, since like year one. They were trying to work on getting this Owen Hart Cup organized. And thankfully, everything has been put in place to actually happen. I mean, look back to the first big show for AEW, who was introducing the AEW Championship. That was
Bret Hart.
Bret Hart, exactly. And then when you look back at like just the whole Cup tournament importance, especially in Canadian pro wrestling heritage, you look at the Opera Cup that MLW has brought in, and how much that has played a significant role for Stampede Wrestling and its connection to the Hart family. So it just shows that the respect factor in pro wrestling for the Hart family and that legacy will forever be in the hands of time and will forever be taken care of. I feel like this would be a beautiful moment to at least see Davey Boy Smith Jr. pull up and showcase his skills in this Owen Hart Cup tournament. Wow. That'd be amazing. Me personally, I think that'd be cool to see.
It looks like Davey Boy is signed to a WWE contract. So.
I know. I was gonna get to that, but that'd be the cherry on top for a tournament like that connection. But then again, you have Jack Evans, who has that connection as well, and I'm just looking forward to this. This is another salute and toast to the respect factor that AEW has for its legends. They are always giving the good graces to the legends.
Absolutely.
While we know on the other side, it's not really that way.
No, I mean, I've mentioned this before. The way that they use their Legends talent on screen, it's to put over the younger talent, and off screen, it's to commemorate and cherish and tribute to what they've done. Because without them, there is no AEW,
Exactly.
and they don't insult any of their legends. Not one legend has been insulted. What they've done for so many of these people, giving them life again, Jake Roberts and Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson, and then bringing in like random people when it was needed. You fucking had Onita and even Greg Valentine for what it was, or having Bret Hart and Great Muta. It's just they don't insult the past. They cherish and they
Muta
honor
was
it.
on an episode of Dynamite.
Muta was at the first All Out as one of the judges.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Or Dee Malenko or Jerry Lynn.
All of them working as agents.
Yeah.
All these legends are playing vital roles in keeping the system of AEW and the structure of AEW strong. So it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And I just hope, like a lot of people are, that this partnership maybe, hopefully, could bring some closure to Martha and her family, and maybe even to some extent, maybe down the line, fixes those broken bonds between her and the Hart family.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Which should be the ultimate goal, I think, in the long run anyway.
In all of this. That's why I feel like with AEW, AEW should be a place where the legends can find closure, their proper closure that they always wanted for their career. And something like this, I feel like it brings like a closure for now with the Hart family, but it cherishes their legacy at the same time.
So great news there.
Yeah.
Awesome thing to wake up to.
Yeah, awesome news.
Then what do we got?
Just to keep things going, we found out some things on the Impact taping. They had Victory Road. Main thing.
Victory Road happened. I think the only really thing that needs to be mentioned is the main event segment.
So yes, Christian Cage beat Ace Austin to defend the Impact World Championship. But who should come out next? Josh Alexander, the current X Division champion. And it turns out he's cashing in option C. And so now it will be, I believe it's the main event for Bound for Glory. The main event,
Bound for Glory, will be Josh Alexander and Christian for the belt. I think a lot of people had this predicted. And sometimes predictability isn't a bad thing, because this just sounds like an amazing match.
It's going to be an amazing match.
I think this is the plan all along, is they're going to give that belt to Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs to be done. Josh, to me, especially being Canadian and in this whole independent Canadian scene and seeing the work that Josh Alexander has done, especially in my own training facility, as he is the Destiny Pro Wrestling Champion. So he comes out here and he does defend the Destiny Pro Wrestling Championship. One of his last defenses was against Speedball Mike Bailey. Seeing his growth and what he's done for Canadian independence, Josh Alexander and Ethan Page collectively and as individual talents, it's amazing. And this is definitely the right path to cement Josh Alexander's role in TNA Impact and the work that he's done since he's signed with TNA Impact. And it's obviously going to open up doors for the next level for Josh Alexander. So I'm just excited to see what the future holds beyond the Impact World Championship and the doors that will open up for him. This right here is a Canadian pro wrestling dream match between two Canadian legends. So, pro wrestling legends. So I'm all for this for Bound for Glory.
Yeah, very much excited for this match. I think this is what Impact needs. You got two very good workers. You got Christian Cage, who is still very good at this point in his career. Looks like he hasn't lost a step. Josh Alexander, I believe, is the best wrestler, bar none, on that Impact roster, and having him be the guy to beat a guy like Christian, who is a made man already in the realm of professional wrestling, it's going to put him over huge. It will put him over huge. And it will solidify him as the top guy for Impact, which I think needs to happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Finally.
But unfortunately, it was not all good news for Impact during their taping.
Oh, I don't want to talk about it.
Because, unfortunately, talent got injured, and is one that makes Adam pretty sad, because the talent in hand was one Sami Callihan. Apparently,
Get the Switchblade conspiracy!
Yeah. Apparently, Callahan suffered a broken ankle on the Saturday tapings and had to go get surgery. And it looks like they don't have like a date in which how long he's going to be out, but it's looking like he's probably going to be out until like spring 2022. So yeah, that sucks.
Damn.
That sucks big time.
In the heat of the Forbidden Door being open and so much amazing things happening in the pro wrestling scene, this is one of the last things any wrestler wants to happen to them right now, is to face an injury that's going to sustain them from being out of the ring for more than a couple months. You know what I mean? So
especially
I feel for him. I feel for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it's a guy like Callahan who was coming off hot after that feud with Omega for the Impact title, because he was doing that. He was starting to do the thing with Eddie Edwards. He was going to start doing the Switchblades with fucking Moxley. So yeah, it's just a very sad situation all around.
They had the Switchblade, John Moxley, Sami Callihan versus the American Wolf, Eddie Edwards, and Davey Richards. So, man,
yeah, sucks. It very much sucks. But
on some good news from the tapings, if we're allowed to spoil.
Okay, go ahead, since you want to bring it up.
Spoilers. If you don't want to hear, skip like a minute or two. Two spoilers. As I mentioned earlier, Masha Slamovich now officially signed to an Impact Wrestling contract. That's awesome. That's so fucking awesome. Give me her and Jordan Grace now. And then also a big return for Impact, which came out of left field in my mind. Christopher Daniels is back at Impact Wrestling. The fuck?
Well, he can't work AEW, so...
Yeah.
The Fallen Angels back in the Impact Zone.
Which means we are going to get Cass Daniels in Impact now, I think. I think that's what
he's definitely probably going to be involved somewhere on the Bound for Glory card, which is awesome. So, fuck yeah, good shit for Impact going right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had somebody else that independently was on the show. I don't remember who it was. But yeah, so there you go. Impact, doing Impact stuff, always kind of popping a quick like, oh wow, shit, okay, cool. You know, go watch them. They've been very on point lately with their shows. It's still good wrestling, people. Just give it a shot. It's always been great. It's the best company out there.
Okay.
They'll never die.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there anything else you want to talk about before I go to my indie spotlight?
Well, speaking of, there's two things I wanted just to mention. GCW had its highest in the room. Oh,
I was going to talk about this in my indie spotlight.
Well, it sucks to suck because
watching that.
It sucks to suck because there was two things that came out of that thing. So in the main event, Minoru Suzuki went up against Jonathan Gresham. From what I heard, very good match.
Be my segment.
Minoru Suzuki coming out the victor, and by the end of the match, who should come down but one
fucking Nick Gage.
Fucking Nick Gage, who then had a fucking stare down with Minoru Suzuki. So now the match has been set on October 23rd at GCW War Ready. It will be Minoru Suzuki taking on Nick Gage in singles competition.
Yeah.
Also to follow that, though, on the 10th of October, Suzuki will also be in action against Joey Janela.
You're just taking all of my. You're just taking everything away from my spotlight.
At the aftermath. Well,
these are all of this. It's all of my segments. You're just completely ruining my segment.
It was big news. I gotta talk about the big news here.
I talk about that in the indie spotlight.
Well, you can have your time to talk about the rest of the show. I'm sure you watched it.
I watched some of it. I haven't watched all of it yet.
Okay. Well, you can get to that. But real quickly, let's just talk about NXT 2.0.
Oh my.
Just
God.
go.
Okay, so I actually watched it. And these I will give
This quick shot is
I know
not
there's
happy.
only I know there's only one thing you want to talk about. So I'll give a
No,
quick
I
summary.
have to go over it because the absolute. If you
Hold
want
on.
proof,
Before we get to the wedding, let me just quick rundown of what I thought. One, I like the set. I think the set's pretty cool. I like that it feels open. Thing I don't like about the set, the background. It's just plain white and
Yeah.
it comes off very indie,
Yep.
which I don't know if that's what their intent is, but I don't think it is. But I do
It
like
looks like it looks like a Nickelodeon nightclub, bro. Like, what are they doing?
I like the operatic styling of the audience. It's like they pretty much cover the entire arena besides the entranceway. So it looks better. The fans are actually sitting down and they're not like under this like shitty spotlight. The crowd was pretty much into most things. I loved Braun Breaker,
All right,
the wrestler.
All right, so let me just break these down. Let me break down the segments that I paid attention to here because, like, fucking this whole thing. If you want proof that this is no longer run by fucking Triple H and the rest of the team.
I mean, once the show starts, it's already apparent. It's like bright and colorful, and
let's start out with like the first match of the night. We got Braun Breaker, who is used to go by the name of Rex Steiner because he is Rick Steiner's kid.
He went by the name of Rex Steiner for a day.
Yeah.
Well, you have to explain. We get to this match because they're doing like vignette promos for all the guys in the match later, which is now for the belt because Joe got hurt. Braun Breaker shows up and challenges LA Knight. LA Knight says, "Sure." So then we have a match. Braun Breaker demolishes fucking LA Knight.
Runs through this motherfucker.
He just fucking kills LA Knight. LA Knight loses.
He's in the main event!
Which is not even the main event. The main event is a wedding, which I still don't know how I feel about that main eventing over the belt, but if that doesn't show you that Vince is in charge, then fuck.
I don't know what will.
So that's a match. Braun looks great. His name is fucking so stupid.
Braun?
What an awful name.
You're not fucking with Braun Breaker, bro? With two Ks? 2 Ks!
Well, there's only one person with a 2. It's 2-time Julia. But apparently the whole reason is because WWE is still like, fuck Scott Steiner. We can't have him be called Steiner because we don't want people looking up Scott Steiner because we still do that shit. And that just completely fucks over poor Rick Steiner, who's now just like, what the fuck did I do, bro? But goddamn, there's no way you can hide it. The guy looks like Scott and Rick had a kid together. And he sounds just like Scott.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, push this guy to the moon. He should be the one.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll get to that soon.
They need to change his name, man.
Then there's some other stuff. The biggest. I'm just gonna take this over. Fuck it, because goddamn, the biggest apparent. Vince McMahon is in charge. We get the typical. Here's a singles match. people get involved. And we come back from the break, we got a 6-man tag, everybody! What the fuck? Mandy Rose is a brunette now. That's
brunette.
a big story. Big deal. That's a big deal, I guess. Like 18 people debut on this show. Carmelo Hayes has some guy who I don't know of. The Diamond Mine has a new lady who
they got a new lady and a new tag team as well.
And a new tag team. All of a sudden, Russ Taylor gets fired, so let's just give everybody that. And then let's talk about Von Wagner.
Yes, we have to talk about fucking Von Wagner. All right, so during the fucking show, so Kyle O'Reilly.
Who is this guy?
So Kyle O'Reilly gets fucking taken out, by Ridge Holland and Pete Dunne, I believe.
Peter Dunne.
Yeah. WWE Pettiness 101. WWE Pettiness 101.
So
absolutely.
They take him out of the match. Already I'm fucking upset, because the only reason why I fucking turned the show on was because of Kyle.
At this point, I was 100% convinced LA Knight was taking the belt.
Me too.
I only tuned in to watch Kyle win the belt into this fucking wedding. So, already, you lost me on one of these things. And so, I was like, fuck, I'm so pissed.
He gets attacked, and some guy shows up to save him. And everybody's like, who the fuck's this guy? And then, like, that stupid 6-man women's tag match happens. We cut to break. All of a sudden, we're back with Mackenzie and Regal. And Regal's like, I'm gonna make it a fatal 4-way still. And the person that'll be in it is this man, the man that saved Kyle O'Reilly. Von Wagner. And I'm like, who the fuck is Von Wagner?
He had his fucking Twitter made during the show!
This guy has never been seen before. And all of a sudden, why isn't Braun Breaker in the match? He won! He beat LA Knight, who's in the match still. Oh, spoiler alerts. Fucking let's shit on LA Knight for some reason, because he takes the pinfall.
He takes the pin?
Tommaso Ciampa wins the belt, I guess. That's cool. I mean, everybody's made it clear, give it to, like, the old remnant of NXT so that he drops it to, the next big future guy. That next big future guy is not Von Wagner.
Terrible.
This guy could have been more green and out of place. And he has such like a deer in headlights look in his face where he is not ready to be in the ring with 3 very accomplished wrestlers.
I don't know who said it, but on Twitter someone mentioned, like, this is so fucking close to, like, a WWE 2K My Career storyline. Like, it's not even fucking funny.
Some people on Twitter were like, "Oh, this guy could be the next Edge." I'm like, "You high?
Are you crazy?
What are you smoking? Give me it,
dude." I'm on the fucking Von Wagner bandwagon. Like, let's fucking go.
Why?
Let's fucking go.
First off, his name.
They need a reality check on these names, man. They need to stop taking these names out of a Rolodex.
Wagner is the last name of a Nazi.
Oh, wait! Before that, we gotta talk about Tony D'Angelo!
Oh, yeah! Also, somewhere in the middle of this, fucking, hey, it's Tony D'Angelo, hey! Yeah, fucking, I'm from the mean streets of Chicago, yeah, bada bing. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, I understand the Sopranos movie's coming out, but, like, what's going on? Like, 18 people debut on this show, and I'm like, I maybe care about one of you.
So
I haven't even seen what Tony D'Angelo could do, but I already know this guy's about to be a joke. What the fuck?
So
if you cared about NXT before and you loved it, just stop. Just don't continue.
So apparently,
don't bother. You're gonna get sad.
There was like some fucking like problems with the name of Tony D'Angelo because it's a name of a famous hockey player who is oh boy, he is very, very pro Trump. And so apparently that caused like Like, maybe come up with something else because this guy's name's kind of associated with a piece of shit at the moment.
Tony Stromboli.
Dude, I'm watching this shit. We're reviewing this show for that line.
I mean, it's a train wreck. I'll talk about it. Because, I mean, and he has such a dumb promo. He's like, so I'm like an actual, like, real amateur wrestler. But my ma's like, oh, you can't make any money doing this. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? He's like, no, you know where the money is? NXT. That's where I'm going to be. Bada bing, bada boom. Where the gabagool at? I'm like, I can't believe we're back to being 1995 gimmicks at the FBI. Where's Little Guido?
We didn't waste any time, too. We went right into it. It's so fucking 90s.
There was no time wasted. It's like, here's Big Bright Braun Breaker with a shitty name, and here's Tony D'Angelo, and here's like, what the fuck is it, Trick Williams?
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. So, after that, we get to the...
then we get the wedding!
No, we get the Fatal 4-Way first, which is...
Oh, yeah, no, it's whatever match. It's like 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah, so we got Tommaso Ciampa, Pete Dunne, LA Knight, and
fucking
Von Wagner, bro.
Who gets no reaction. Zero reaction, because these people know who the fuck you are. And why are you in this match? As soon as he got added, and I was like, oh no. Oh, oh no. I honestly thought he was gonna win. I was like, this shit's about to go south so quick. And and then it doesn't, like, Ciampa wins.
Ciampa wins.
That's really cool. Like, that's awesome. I like Ciampa.
They went the safe route, and I was kind of disappointed.
I was a little disappointed, too, because I was like, I think either, Pete Dunne just resigned, give it to Pete Dunne, go for it. He's like a great champion. But then I was like, maybe you don't give it to, like, a hard-ass heel like Pete Dunne yet. So I'm like, I think LA Knight could easily transition into a babyface, just like The Rock or something like that. The crowd like LA Knight. I like LA Knight.
You got no faith in Von Wagner, bro?
Absolutely not.
No.
And then what the fuck was up with LA Knight? Why did he get pinned twice?
Is the perfect talent to carry out this whole new NXT 2.0 vision.
Absolutely.
Number one, they need to get rid of the 2.0 name. It's NXT. Just say NXT Next Generation, NXT New Generation, whatever the case may be. But LA Knight is the perfect, I'd say, WWE staple or example to transition from NXT to main roster that will not fall victim to Vince McMahon's, sudden change to plans. Like, his improv skills, his mic work, his in-ring work is top notch. He just needs the right opportunities. So they need to stop shitting on it and put respect on LA Knight's name, yo.
Instead, they have him take the pin twice.
Yep.
Twice.
What the fuck? Why? Why is it Von Wagner getting pinned? Von Wagner. He didn't do... I watched this match, and, like, LA Knight does his cool shit, and Ciampa's doing his stuff, and Pete Dunne does his. I can't remember one thing Von Wagner did.
Wagner, bro!
What an awful name.
It's the first time I've ever heard that name.
It's the first time everybody has.
We're only seeing the beginning, because right now, at this moment, we're seeing my career of Von Wagner leading all the way to the NXT Championship. From this point on. We know who our main character is for NXT 2.0. It's either him or Braun Breaker at this point.
Why didn't they put that Odyssey dude in that match?
Yeah, where the fuck was Odyssey Jones?
Didn't he lose the tournament?
But and all their stuff on here. Bull Buchanan's kid debuted as well. Yeah, I didn't even know that Bull Buchanan's kid wrestled for NXT. No, they lost it.
It's time for the wedding. It's time.
Yeah, so of this wedding,
fucking great. No, it's fucking great. It was awesome. I mean, it was amazing.
This is coming from you, who's been extremely against everything Johnny Gargano's been doing.
This is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
This wedding was 100% Vince McMahon all over. There were some funny moments. I liked earlier in the show, Damian Priest coming just to party and not show up at all for the rest of the show.
No.
I like that all of the groomsmen were dressed up as Dexter. I thought that was fun. I thought the Eichmann Jiro gag with the Austin Theory gave him the rings, and Johnny's like, "How do you know this guy?" And he's like, "That's my dude."
That's my
like,
dude.
Right, that's
funny. My guy right there.
I thought that was funny. The fucking hatchet.
The fucking object. Does anybody object to this man? Like half of the place raising their hands, and fucking Dexter turns around, reveals he has a hatchet in his back pocket, and everybody slowly. Oh my god! How do you not think this was the greatest thing ever? After everything you have ever told me about your interest in pro wrestling, how is this not the best thing of all time?
No, look, I thought it was very funny. But if this wasn't the death nail for what the NXT beforehand was, I don't know what else is. Because this right here and the whole show pretty much just said everything you knew about NXT beforehand is dead. This is Raw.
Yeah.
We are in Raw. Like, cool, fun wedding, but like,
out with the old and in with the 2.0, Adam.
It's out with the old and in with the old.
Cemented WWE Raw late. Like, I don't know, man. The wedding wasn't it. Like, it was good in the sense of the comedic act. I understand that, and the entertainment aspect. That was cool. And it's probably, I'd say, the best wedding WWE has ever presented, next to having Jagged Edge on SmackDown on that wedding back in the day. If you guys remember that.
Yeah.
So,
I thought when he choked out the priest and they all started pointing at William, they all started asking William Regal, and Regal's like, absolutely fucking not. I did like that Beth Phoenix was the one who ended up officiating it, because like she's been like the most involved in the storyline.
He said, "I do, Adam."
Yes, he says I do. The crowd fucking lose their minds.
He spoke his first words for the woman that he loves. This is
where my other issue comes from. We have heard reports for weeks now that Gargano going forward is going to be like the big heel of NXT.
Yeah.
How do you make him a heel after this wedding?
Well, it's going to make it all the more heart-wrenching when he eventually super kicks Dexter in the face after they're done with their team up. Now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, Theory's back.
Yeah, okay.
I did find it funny when Theory ended up coming back and Johnny asked him, "Oh, I thought you ran away," and he's like, "I did run away, but I'm back now." He's a very funny goofball. I like it because it's schlock, but the NXT fan in me hates it because what happened to my NXT?
NXT died.
So everybody happily ever after. Index is married. Yada yada yada. Ciampa's watching from backstage for some reason. I guess.
And then fucking Braun Breaker.
Yeah, Braun Breaker shows up, introduces himself, just dead eyes the belt, and that's the end of that.
That's our big money feud, baby.
Which again, I'm not against that, because I think Braun Breaker is immensely talented and very charismatic already, and obviously he gets it from his uncle and his papa. It's just that fucking name is going to be the fucking death of him.
We need to get rid of that name, man.
But I guess if something funny or entertaining happens within the next few episodes of NXT, we'll mention it. I'm just not reviewing that fucker.
Bullshit, we're reviewing every episode.
Oh, God. But that's that. Is that it before the indie spotlight?
No, that's pretty much it, dude.
All right, well, that's the end of that, thank God. It's indie spotlight time. So, yeah, stuff I was going to mention, Zahaya already did, because he's a dickhead.
Yeah.
But other things that happened at GCW's, Ty is in the room. You can catch it now on replay, Fight TV. a few matches that took place. That the ones that I saw so far, Alex Zane and Jordan Oliver, phenomenal fucking match. Like Alex Zane, WWE doesn't understand what they lost in this guy. Jordan Oliver, of course, is one of the best on the indies right now. I don't care what Zahaya says. These two tore it up. There was a very entertaining six-way to open the show, which had one of my favorite moments of the week. So it was a double electric chair blockbuster DDT, which it was so I think it was Gringo Loco had Eli Everfly on his shoulders, and Eli had ASF on his shoulders, and then Everett Connors goes to the top rope, hits a fucking blockbuster DDT off of onto ASF, off of the both of them. That just looked insane. I don't understand how any of them lived. That was really crazy. So that was some good shit. ASF ended up winning that match. A really fun, comedic, but also very entertaining wrestling match. Too Cold Scorpio fought Effie, where the whole story was Effie wanted some of that sweet Too Cold Scorpio D. He didn't get it. He got it at one point, but it was more of an offensive attack. These two ended up just like play fighting. There was some dancing, they're wrestling. It was really good shit. Too Cold Scorpio hasn't lost a fucking beat. Hits the tumbleweed perfectly. He gets that victory. Effie is just one of the best on the indies right now. Ninja Mac and Kogar, I saw some glimpses of that. That looked really great. He ripped his mask off at one point and did the skewer spot. I'm a mark for some skewers. I heard G Raver and Cologne had a really good death match. The match that I really want to go back to watch was Jacob Fatu and Dixon. What?
Jake, you go ahead.
Yeah, Jacob Fatu and Chris Dickinson had a match, but ended in a DQ. But it was really entertaining for what it was. They're setting up a tag match at War Ready. That's already been set. Dickinson and Starboy Charlie will take on Juicy Fanu and Jacob Fatu. So that's really cool. And then really, like, I mean, yeah, you mentioned Suzuki and Gresham. I heard that match was really great. I got to go back and watch that. But the other real big thing about this whole show was the celebrity involvement of Tony Deppen taking on comedian Ron Funches, who was accompanied to the ring with Danhausen, very good, very evil. Love that Danhausen. And comedian Paul Scheer, who I guess try to think of things that people would know Paul Scheer from. He is definitely a face you'd see it in like a lot of shit. And he came out as Ron's like friend, is like a company man, and then he turned on him. The bastard turned on him. What a dickhead. This proceeded Alley Cat to then chase Paul Scheer with a knife. So I don't know if we're gonna get Paul Scheer versus Alley Cat, but if that happens, fuck it, I'm down for it, I guess. Danhausen did Danhausen things. Ron Funches has a fucking Canadian destroyer in this match to Tony Deppen. Tony Deppen gets the victory. From all accounts I heard, this wasn't like that bad of a celebrity involvement match. There was a lot of shenanigans, obviously, but the crowd was heavily into it. So go back, watch GCW, highest in the world. Also, this past weekend, Masha Slamovich and Beyond Wrestling presented Masha Slamovich's Borscht at the Beach, which was also in conjunction with the Women's Wrestling Revolution, which is an all-women's wrestling company that takes place on the East Coast. I didn't watch any of this. I got to go back and watch it, but the two standout matches, Masha and Alley Catch, was really good from what I heard, and I heard Layla Hirsch and Killer Kelly fucking killed it. I really want to go back and watch that match. So those are things you can watch right now, but how about some things that are coming up this weekend? As GCW is back at it again, they'll be in New York City for a doubleheader show. First, it will be Emo Fight on the 9th of October, and then followed up by GCW Gets Lost a Lot the night after, which Emo Fight doesn't have any matches announced for it yet. Jimmy Jacobs will be a part of it. There's a bunch of live performances that are going to be taking place, including the band that does Darby Allin's theme song will be playing live. And a few others. Jimmy Still Loves Lacey. I think there's another. Zach from Man Overboard will be performing. So, a bunch of that stuff. Also, all your typical GCW greats. The night after, though, Homicide and Minoru Suzuki will be fighting. Alex Zane and AR Fox will be fighting. And Tony Deppin's going to fight Taiji Ishimori. All three of those matches are wild to hear about.
Fire.
Also announced, a part of the War Is Ready show in October will be the 7th edition of Josh Barnett's Bloodsport, which will also be taking place. Suzuki, Killer Kelly, Calvin Takeman, and Marina Shafir have all been announced so far for that show. I'm trying to see if there's anything really else that happened or that is coming up that isn't too far away, but I don't think I can find anything else at this moment. So that is your Indie Spotlight for the week.
All right. With that, I guess it's... Fuck.
I want to do it. Oh, God.
Alright, I'm gonna be completely honest. I was very excited to hear that Dark Side of the Ring was coming back, because that means, oh great, now I don't have to fucking constantly struggle to find a third segment for this goddamn show anymore. If any of these episodes are gonna be like this, I don't know. Like, I don't fucking know, bro.
Oh, of course. You got Canyon's episode coming up next.
Fucking shit.
But, like, you guys gotta realize. Hey, we'll get into the segment, and we'll get into it. There's so much good and evil and bad. This is a juicy segment right here.
Yeah. All right, so So the main people on this one are Jim Ross.
Hold on, let's
okay. What?
Make it clear. We return second half, Plane Ride from Hell. That's the episode we're discussing.
That is
I assume at this point most of you have heard what the hell happened. But
I think everyone has heard of it, but we're just gonna go ahead and
now. At first, I was like other people. I was like, yeah, Plane Ride from Hell. Everybody's heard the stories. This should be another New Jack, another Herb Abrams episode where it's like fucked up shit, but we can all laugh about it afterwards.
Nah.
Wow, was that? It starts off okay, and then it just fucking goes down.
So I think I was listening to the Soul Monster earlier before the show, and he was talking about this, but it really comes down to the fact that if it weren't for us getting the side of the story from a perspective of someone who was there, from one of the flight attendants, that being Heidi Doyle, who is very heavily involved in this episode, I don't think this would hit as hard as it did. Because hearing it from the side of her, and then just like a few others like JR, and then like RVD, and sometimes like Just Incredible, who were like the main ones.
Incredible that RVD comes out of this the most sane.
Yeah.
Well, like, I wouldn't say...
I mean, he admitted to some things, but he never, I feel that's been a thing, he mentions, his big contribution, I guess, is the confirmation of the H-bombing. And I think a lot of people misconstrued on social media that he had participated in H-bombing. And he never mentions in the show that he did. He said that he'd been around it. He had seen it. He can confirm that it was a thing that happened.
Of course.
So he had to really kind of tell people listen, I never said that I H-bombed people. I'm just confirming it happened and it's fucked up. So, I don't think RVD is wrong for anything really in this episode. Terry Reynolds comes off also very sympathetic as well.
Yeah.
In this, we'll get to some of the stuff that happened to her. JR,
he's so done.
He's so
absolutely done with it.
He was so done with this, and I mean,
you can't blame him.
I don't know. I don't know how, if we're gonna go bit by bit here. I guess we'll just bounce around.
Just go.
But I think when he's asked about why Ric Flair wasn't fired, is one of like the hardest things to watch. Amongst everything else in that, because his answer is,
why he didn't get fired.
Obviously, and I mean, there was even if Rick said, even if JR said, "Rick, you're fired," Vince would have never allowed it.
No,
he wouldn't have allowed it.
No.
And you could tell JR is like, God, if I had the ability, I would have. But he's like, you know what? I don't know why, and I don't have an answer, because at that time, how do you do that?
He was a made man. He said it. He was sad. He was a made man.
Yeah.
And sometimes made men get more chances than the other people who aren't men.
Yeah,
so just to set the stage, this is during the time of 2002. WWE is currently doing their European tour. It's a 4-day tour in London. And just one day they're on a flight. It's a private flight. There's no one involved. Like Heidi pretty much said, like, in a very comfortable setting. There are couches. There's a rug on this plane that's bigger than the rug that she has in her own house, which is very crazy to think about. But it is very much a charter, customized jet, very friendly to the talents. And right out of the gate, they just mentioned, like, they just immediately started drinking. Like, as soon as they got on this motherfucker, they went through not one, not two, but three.
Well, the reason so they have the initial cart, and then they're told that it's a 5-hour delay.
Yeah.
They were supposed to leave, 5-hour delay, so they're stuck there for 5 hours, and these guys are just getting blasted. And they go through 3 full bottle alcohol carts. Not minis, not small bottles, 3 full bottles.
And it wasn't that, and it's not like they were served to them. No. At some point, they just stopped they got sick and tired of waiting, and they just opened the shit up themselves and just started serving themselves the drinks. Wouldn't even bother asking any of the flight attendants for anything.
What do they do at this point? I mean,
just a party at this point. Nobody gives a
you got fucking you say you got like Brock Lesnar coming up to you. You really, and you're like this poor flight attendant. What are you gonna do? Say no?
I'm gonna say no. These guys are just getting more fucked up as the minutes go on.
And then they finally get off. They go up into the sky, and then
all hell breaks loose.
And like I said, it starts off very like lighthearted. It's like, Michael Hayes. I mean, I guess not really lighthearted. Michael Hayes got H-bombed.
Lighthearted, yeah, he gets H-bombed to the point where he's so out of it. Well,
Bradshaw just gets up, and just Bradshaw, who had been busted open the night before at the Insurrection pay-per-view, is just like sleeping, and Michael is just so belligerently fucked up that he just goes over to Bradshaw and just mollywops him in the fucking head.
Right.
And Bradshaw gets the fuck up and says, "Fuck that," and knocks fucking Michael Hayes the fuck out.
With a slap.
And this then proceeds to, obviously what many people know, is X-Pac, who at that point had been feeling like he was being buried by Creative, at the head of the time, Creative head Michael Hayes, still is for some reason, comes over and cuts his ponytail off, and I think Justin Credible said that he raised it up like he had just won the world title, and the whole plane erupted like it was like him winning the WWE Championship. And I'm like, okay, funny story. I mean, Michael, it's still vandalism. He gets his hair cut, but it's like, all right, sure, fine. And then that's the last, like, real, like, happy-go-lucky, funny story to that extent. Then it gets dangerous, and then it gets fucked up.
Then after this mention the whole Brock and Kurt Hennig thing, where it was like Kurt was very much of the time where the guys, like, he used to do the ribs on the guys during his career, and so for some fucking reason he decided, well, why don't I just fucking pour fucking shaving cream on top of this fucking near 300-pound beast of a man while he's sleeping and fucking smack his head with it.
Smack him in the head. And he smacks Brock in the head, and Brock gets the fuck up, and Brock's like, and yeah, this is a drunk, like, 20-something-year-old Brock Lesnar. And they start fighting, wrestling on the plane, and Heidi's talking like they were fighting, or is it Justin? It was either Justin or Heidi, and they said that when they would, like, move, the plane moved in the direction with them.
Yes.
Which is terrifying.
It shows you how fucking big. So they're, like, running down the aisle as fast as they could. Like, they're not jogging. They're fucking full-ass sprinting.
25-year-old
back
Brock
and
Lesnar.
forth. Yeah, just the imagery of that is fucking terrifying. But then they actually start getting into it. Now, it has been said that they were play fighting. This is what they mentioned it as. They were play fighting. They were play wrestling.
They were drunk.
Yeah, they were play wrestling in there. But they just start ramming each other into shit. Like, they were ramming each other and breaking stuff off the fucking chairs. You know, at one point, they were ramming each other off of the fucking, into the emergency exit. And
they almost broke the fuselage.
Yeah. And it's like...
Which Heidi was like, I'd rather that happen
she says,
than them break the door.
Said in hindsight, she probably knew that that they weren't going to break the fucking emergency door, because really at 30,000 feet, how the hell are you ever going to get that shit open? But at that point, it's like, again, you would never know. But Dreamer... Yeah,
she's like, oh, well, you know, like, the fuselage could have broke, and then we would have had to make a fucking landing, but we would have ended up landing in the Atlantic, and then what?
But,
like...
Then we started getting fucking...
Then it gets, yeah.
No. This is when the point where Tommy Dreamer started opening his fucking mouth.
Yes, so to make it clear, talking heads of the episode, we had RVD, Just Incredible, Terry Reynolds, JR, Mike Chioda, and he hung himself by a rope, Tommy Dreamer. These are your talking heads. RVD and Just Incredible. Just Incredible, I don't think really added a lot to this episode, besides
really.
Like when he had to like push Scott Hall out. RVD just added more clarification on the fucked up thing the boys were doing.
I honestly just think they just got people who were just
on the plane, obviously, because they made clear that they tried to get in contact with Brock and Ric Flair, and they both declined for, I guess, obviously.
I was like, just about to say
why. They had a small voice clip of X-Pac. Nothing about Scott Hall, but Tommy Dreamer, who just... Oh, Tommy.
How do you proceed to fuck up your whole career?
And this is a guy...
in the span of
years
45 minutes!
This is a guy for years and years who, just in like the same vein as like somebody like Kane. Nobody ever had a bad word to say about Tommy Dreamer. And then Tommy Dreamer opened his mouth.
And people have said, he didn't have to say a goddamn word. Like, he didn't have to say anything. He wasn't involved in any of the major shit that was involved in, like, all he was
he could have done... He could have just done what RVD was doing and just been like, yep, that happened. Yes, that happened. That's it. No, I'm not going to give you my opinion. And then, I mean, so... I guess first off, let's try and start with the softer things as we work up to the bigger things. I guess the next somewhat thing that had occurs was Dustin.
Yeah,
Dustin Rhodes gets drunk.
That was the whole fucking Terry thing where it's like, well, first they...
let's mention the Terry thing, because that's going to bring us into the bigger stuff, and then, obviously, I mean, let's try and build up this crescendo. So yeah, Terry's on there, and she's talking about Dustin, and Dustin and her, I think, had just gotten divorced around this time.
Yes.
And he's drunk off his ass like everybody else is, and he starts serenading her on the this is at the time this is happening.
On the
intercom. At the time this is happening, on the intercom. At the time this is happening, the Kurt Hennig and Brock Lesnar thing has died down, and everybody is asleep. And then all of a sudden, fucking goddamn Goldust starts singing on the intercom while everybody's trying to fucking sleep finally, and Terry is just completely embarrassed. And I think it was Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman says, and this seemed to be like a running thing throughout the whole episode of don't sell it.
Don't sell it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't let it get to you. And so it's like
kind of fucked up.
They tried to get the thing out of Dustin's hand, but he wouldn't let them. It took Jim Ross coming from where he was sitting to go.
It was Jim and Heidi.
Yeah, and he was like, "Sit your ass down. Like, we've had enough. Give it a fucking break.
Go to sleep. Yeah. Let's knock it off." And so that's the end of that story. Also, Dustin, Jared mentioned, had also been using the back part of the seat to spit his chew into, which is disgusting. So that's all kinds of fucked up. We find out from Terry that I'm like, this kind of comes out of nowhere about Brock Lesnar exposing himself to her.
Yeah, apparently
he has a small red penis.
Yeah, just shows it to her.
That's, I mean, good for Terry. That's funny as hell. But that's not even a part of the fucking plane ride.
No, it's just a story that they decided to include here. But
and that was like her reasoning for explaining the no sell thing, because then Dustin tells her to just no sell that. Like, you just had Brock, this guy just all of a sudden just give him a dick. And it's like, I feel bad for Terry. So I mean, that's a fun. And again, I don't. Everybody's talking about Flair and Dreamer, and I'm still kind of surprised that, there's just nobody who's talking about what Brock did.
I guess it's comparative, and I don't want to because Brock, what he did was still fucking very stupid, but it kind of gets lost in the shuffle compared to what happens almost immediately after the fact, which was all right. So we mentioned Heidi Doyle, who was a flight attendant. Yeah,
this is the main focal point of this whole episode is this poor woman.
She was a flight attendant on this whole thing, and she had to experience this all. The fighting, the H-bombs, everything, them breaking the fucking plane apart, and it didn't get any better because apparently Ric Flair decided just out of nowhere, just come. Apparently, this was a thing that he used to do. He just come out in one of his robes, and then, as
Tommy Dreamer said, he would just be there flaunting and styling, profiling, and he helicopter dicked. And I'm like, I didn't need to know that. By the way, Heidi Doyle also at this point mentions that she had just become a mother.
Yeah.
And just wanted to go home to see her fucking kid.
Mm-hmm. And so, during all of this, Rick is still in his robe. And
he's naked.
And now he's making his way towards Heidi. In the
galley is what she said.
The galley. And so, she says he starts getting a bit flirty, and he's fully at this point exposed, the robe is
naked
still on.
And drunk.
Yeah,
and he just starts to come onto her,
and she says this lasts 4 minutes.
Yeah,
and she could not get away. She could not get away from this dude because he was apparently blocking the way out.
I can only imagine. That probably felt like hours.
No fucking shit.
Like, and then he proceeds to force her hand on his dangling. No,
Absolutely
no. And the worst part is, now that that's happened, we've learned this isn't an isolated situation. This is something he's done to multiple stewardesses. Which is goddamn.
It took Dustin actually.
Yeah, it took drunk ass Dustin to be the only one to be like,
all right,
let's stop this right now.
Stop. Let's go. And
which Heidi mentioned, like, you know, I can excuse the awful singing because at least he was the only one of all of them
that helped me
to stop her, stop Flair. And, you know, and then that moment right there after that story is what proceeds Tommy Dreamer's burial of his career. As he mentions that, I'm going to see if I can try to remember this verbatim. If she cared that much, she wouldn't have taken the money and she would have went to the actual authorities. But that's just my opinion, because I've hung out with Ric Flair and not once have I ever seen him be inappropriate. Boys are just being boys. He's just doing the Ric Flair thing, flaunting and styling and profiling. He never means to do it out of harm. It's just a joke. Jesus Christ.
How old was Tommy Dreamer in 2002?
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Mike, you can go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I can't be silent. I can't be silent for that, especially with the context of that situation.
Jamal, let Mikey go first.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
How should I put this without going too personal? As someone who's been on the receiving end of some unwanted sexual touching, I would like for Tommy Dreamer to politely go ahead and jump off a bridge in the nicest of terms. If you want me to put it in the worst terms, Tommy Dreamer can go on ahead and fuck off. Because what he said to her in regards to how she should have handled that situation is completely asinine.
If you go
you unprofessional dickhead.
If you go and look at, like, Solomonster brought this up, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go back and see it. He had mentioned that after Tommy makes that mention, just look at his face. Look at, like, the mannerisms. And that just tells the whole story. And, like, when he's like, oh, she should have just taken the money, he has, like, such, like, a this bitch type, like, face on of, like, oh, she's the one that's the, you know, what the hell is she talking about? None of this is fucking bad. She's the bad one for, you know, going ahead and just not, like, I guess, pressing charges if she thought it was that bad. I'm like, oh, my God. Mikey, go ahead.
I feel this is a whole old school the boys mentality, which is completely wrong. Everybody knew what the hell was going on in that plane, and as it got more and more intense, then they stepped in. A lot of people were trying to protect their own role and protect their own neck on that plane. This, I feel, has been a regular routine throughout the man's whole career, and many of these guys that are along the lines. When you look at guys that were in the locker room with ECW throughout the later half of WCW, a lot of these guys, especially the older OGs in this industry, have done a lot of dirty, evil things that are now coming to light, and the karma effect is coming right back around to bite them. They don't know how to articulate themselves in this whole new generation where our generation, where we are quick to call this stupid shit out. We're quick to call this predator mentality out because we don't operate that way. They operated that way. They thought it was cool and fun to drug each other without each other's consent and etc. Putting drugs in each other's drinks, and they thought that stuff was cool. That isn't. It's not cool. It's actually sick. So I feel a lot of these guys in this industry, especially when they're doing these documentaries, Dark Side of the Ring, you got to understand when they're taping these episodes, they're getting them in these comfortable moments where they're in this buddy to buddy conversation pieces. So they're going to be open. And you see Tommy Dreamer got caught because he was open in a situation where he was having an open and honest, very honest conversation with the Dark Side of the Ring producers on camera. So he went into a little bit too much detail in his sense and buried his own self. And now he's gonna feel the repercussions of it. The effects of him now being basically suspended from Impact and on the sense of being canceled. You see him putting the force field apologies now. This is gonna be a reoccurring phase that you're going to see with a lot of legends and veterans of this industry that are of that time, that have done a lot of suspect stuff. And as this documentary, The Dark Side of the Ring, exposes these things, you're going to see it all come back into effect.
I mean, we're not to. Well, obviously we're going to keep talking. There's a few more, but Tommy Dreamer, as of right now, has officially been suspended indefinitely from Impact Wrestling.
And
his position on Busted Open Radio has been suspended as well.
Yep.
Ric Flair has lost his sponsorship with Car Shield and probably his AEW contract.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what this will do for others. You look at, Heidi also mentions that Scott Hall, she goes over to check on him because people thought he was fucking dead. Turns out he's not dead. He wakes up, grabs her by the shirt, and starts to I don't know if he unbuttoned it or just started to rip the buttons off.
It ripped the buttons off when
and tells her that I'm going to lick your face, and then proceeds to lick her face. And then he I think he also said that he was gonna fuck her pussy or some shit like that.
I don't know if
and then just died.
I can't confirm if it ever went that
there's
far.
More.
There's
a lawsuit, original lawsuit that's mentioned in 2004 about this. There's a little bit more explicit detail that's mentioned in that.
Okay.
In which she makes it clear that he told her he wanted to lick her pussy. And there's also sorry for the harsh words, people. And also there was another flight attendant. She was not involved in the show, but she was also a part of this that had also mentioned about him telling her to then suck his dick. There's apparently Dustin Reynolds is also involved in this at one point, making it clear that he was going to fuck one of the flight attendants. They don't talk about that, but that was addressed not to Heidi, but to this other lady. Terilyn Capilano. Hope I'm saying that right. Just a bunch, and so yeah, Scott Hall's like half dead, and that happens, and then he just fucking falls back asleep. And at that point, Heidi was like, "Fuck this shit," and never left the galley, even to the point where like they were all yelling and asking her to serve them, and she said, "Nope." And then Tommy with like his stupid analogy to his goddamn haircut.
Well, that was near the end of it.
Keep going. There's more. There's just so much.
So obviously the whole thing where Scott he's out of it. People on the flight legit at this point think he's dead because he's just not waking up. I don't know. Was it Just Incredible who went to go get him?
Just Incredible ends up getting him, and he is so incapacitated that he has to like Weekend at Bernie's this dude by like putting him in a wheelchair, covering him with like sunglasses, and like strolling him through customs, just hoping that no cops or anything come up to be like, is he okay? And he like goes through and he just sees JR, and JR is just shaking his head. And Justin, I mean, stand-up guy in his right is like, what did you want me to do? Just leave him on the plane? Like, I had nothing to do with this. It's not my fault. I'm just trying to help out.
Right.
Which, like, I felt bad for Justin at that point where it's like, dude, I'm like, what did you want me to do?
He's taking heat for what reason?
You know, yeah, he took heat. I mean, JR, and then poor JR in the situation of, like, what does he do with the people he had to let go and who he had to keep? Kurt Hennig was like, also Mike Chioda doesn't come off very well in this episode either.
No, he just kind of laughs at everything. He just laughs everything off.
Like, yeah, he doesn't bury himself by saying stupid shit like Tommy Dreamer, but he pretty much was like, yeah, this is all jokes and fun and shit. We had a great time. I'm like, Mike Chioda.
Thanks, Chioda. But the aftermath of this whole situation, they mentioned how when they're all
also
off,
they mentioned. Okay, so before we get to the mention part, like of what the aftermath was, they mentioned, and I think it's been retconned, or I think people are still confused. In the episode, they mentioned that Vince and Linda are also.
They were not on.
They weren't on. They weren't on this one.
They were not on this one. There were like I think there are like 3 different versions of the plane ride to hell.
Yeah, there's one with him and Angle. That's people know about.
Where Angle's like play fighting with Vince, and then Undertaker wakes up and nearly chokes him out.
But so in the episode that they did get wrong, that Vince and Linda were not on the plane, which to me just makes it even more like poor JR, because he's at that point the one in charge, and he's like, the fuck, bro.
Like, what?
Are you sure? I swear they mentioned that when
they mentioned that they were on there, but it's been confirmed that that was wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It wasn't that flight that they were on. It wasn't the flight that they were talking about that Vince and Linda were on, because they weren't on that one.
Because if they were on it, I don't think this would have happened.
Yeah.
Especially with Linda being on there.
Oh, absolutely not. But, yeah.
I don't think it would have happened.
Yeah. After that, though,
here's your aftermath.
Heidi, we go back to Heidi. It's just looking at the plane. There's vomit, there's blood, and there's syringes on the seats. They tell her that she has to go and clean it up.
And she says, fuck that.
Like, nah, fam.
Nah.
Just,
nope.
Just left.
Bye.
Just absolutely left.
Just leaves. And then, like, she tells, like, this, like, story of, like, I have to go home.
Yeah.
And be, like,
these guys,
go to my husband.
These guys have to get to go on, be WWE superstars, get to be on the road, do this all the fucking time. I have to go home
repercussions.
And live with this now.
And I have to go up to my husband, and when my husband says, how was your flight? I have to be like, good, honey. Like, and then she brings up, like, I think she says that she ends up telling him, and she has to then, like, live with, like, him being like, so why did he do that? And, like, then it's like, what the fuck? Because that's a whole marriage you could be ruining right there. And they just had a kid. Yep. But they don't care. They'll never remember who this lady was.
No, they won't. Not until now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, definitely not until now.
Bet they're gonna fucking remember her for a little bit now, huh?
So then,
they're gonna come back around.
Kurt Hennig gets fired. I think everybody knew that one. Yeah. Mike Chioda says that he probably was just fired for the sake of it, and that they were probably going to bring him back around. Sadly, Kurt Hennig ends up passing away. I think only less than a few months later.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Hall gets fired.
As soon as they said, almost immediately he was let go. As soon as
JR was like, "You just can't be doing any of this right now. You're fucked." Dustin doesn't get fired. He ends up getting suspended. JR didn't think what he did was warranted enough for a firing.
JR didn't, but just Vince had the choice.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And then you get to Ric Flair.
So here's
what happens of Ric Flair.
So they mentioned it's all these guys, we had to go and make an example out of all these guys, let him go, get suspended and all that stuff. And JR mentions how hard it was, but that's kind of the job he had to do. And then the guy in the background mentions So why
I
doesn't
think that was one of the producers.
Yeah, so why didn't Ric Flair get any, like, why didn't Ric Flair get hit with any?
And then immediately JR's face just turns to, I mean, he could have, I mean, the lighting is lighting, but I bet he was pale white when this question got asked. Because, what do you say? Obviously, he knows what he wanted to say. He clearly wanted to fire him. But he makes it clear he was a made man. It just wouldn't have happened. Which is sad. Because this guy just got off scot-free. And arguably, out of the other three guys, like Kurt Hennig fought with Brock Lesnar, he gets fired. I mean, again, everybody who got fired deserved it and all that jazz. Scott Hall, obviously in danger to himself and to others around him, deserves it. Dustin was belligerent as well and, like, fucked up the plane. He deserves to get fined. But Ric Flair, who arguably did the worst thing on the plane, got scot-free.
Not a goddamn thing.
Not a goddamn thing. And you could tell at that point, JR was like, okay, I want to leave. I'm done here. Fuck you guys and fuck this whole ordeal.
After this, Tommy Dreamer decides to put the final nail in his coffin.
When he compares his 50-year-old ponytail to sexual assault. What the
Someone's
fuck?
Always going to be...
That didn't even sound like it made sense. Like, what do you think?
He goes on to say about someone's always going to be offended by something. Oh, like, someone's looking at me right now. I got a double ponytail at 50 years old, and someone's offended. How dare he has his a double ponytail.
I'm just happy to have hair.
Yeah. It's like...
I'm like, you just said that. You understand do you know what you just said?
And it was at this point, I was like, you are 50 years old. 50! You
have two baby girls. Like, you have two daughters.
Most of these men, during this time, had kids. During this time in which it happened, they had fucking children. Even fucking Rick had children. And the fact...
he works for Impact Wrestling with a very dedicated.
Where the whole thing is featuring the best of the fucking women's talent and putting them at the forefront. They've been doing it for years, and this is the garbage you have to say. Comparing.
Did he think that I could walk into work the next day and no one's gonna bat an eye?
These guys are tone fucking deaf. They are ignorant. They come from a background where they got away with all this shit. The ones that brought in the most money, the biggest draws, the more popular names, they were untouchable. We as a society need to realize that majority, not just in pro wrestling, it happens in music, film, sports, politics. Many of these industries, a lot of these people that are at the top of the pyramid are untouchable. They take advantage of a lot of the females that are around them. They feel that their money, their power, their fame, to their name, they can get away with anything. But unfortunately, it's things like this that come back around and it haunts them. Whatever you do in your life, and this is a lesson that I had from my mother and a lot of the ladies in my life, whatever you do in your life will always come back to haunt you. That's why you don't burn bridges. That's why you treat people the way you would like to be treated. It's a far tale, but it's the truth. And now you're seeing it happen right now. And it won't be the last. You're going to see the effects of this. These guys' lives are being canceled. You don't know what the effect is going to happen to Ric Flair and his health now. This may be the blow that hits Ric Flair, you know? Tommy Dreamer, this may be the blow for his career, where it's absolutely a wrap for him in pro wrestling. Look at the effects of the cancel culture that happened last summer, where all these people that got called out, the Marty Scrolls, the list goes on, all these guys that lost opportunities because of this very situation. they think because they're in these positions they can get away with murder, and it's not the case.
I just think about the fucking Undertaker quote to this day about how he was like, oh, backstage, like, these guys have changed, you know? They're much more interested in fucking video games and playing video games than they are, you know, like, going out and partying and doing what we used to do. And to that, I say, fucking good! Because apparently, none of you motherfuckers could be trusted enough to behave like not like fucking adults, but like actual fucking human beings. None of you could be trusted to have enough fucking sensibility to know that fucking sexual assault is wrong. That fucking H-bombing and fucking putting people unconscious without their fucking consent is fucking wrong. Apparently.
No, like, the ribbing that these guys were doing, the amount of racism that was happening back in the day, like, this is the tip of the iceberg, I would say. Like, the tip of the iceberg. We don't even know not even half of the shit that's happening in the locker rooms. And the stories can go on. The amount of documentaries that can be written with the fuckery that's happened behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like, man. And it's just because now that we have cameras and it's the power of social media, everything's coming out to light. People are being affected for action that's happened 20 plus years ago, 30 plus years ago. Let's think about stuff that's happened throughout the 80s, in the early 90s, when these guys were living the lifestyle in and outside the ring.
So,
Just like I mean, RVD makes it very clear, like, don't meet your heroes. Because this is what can happen. They all turn out to be dickheads. And like Tommy Dreamer, like you bring out the Me Too and all that. Like all the good conscience, you know, he didn't do anything, but he fucked himself over because he didn't have to say any of this.
He came off as like such a fucking mark for like.
It goes back to what. Sorry.
No, but I get it. Like, it's just you get the platform, and so you think, oh, I can say whatever it is, and like you don't think what like people are going to watch this, bro. Like,
but I wouldn't even say it's just even being comfortable on the platform. It's just a mentality that he hasn't evolved from back then till now.
Exactly.
That's just it. Like these guys. We are from a different mentality. Like, I'm 1990. So I'd say like the people from like born 85 down, we have a completely different mentality from 85 right into our millennial Gen Z babies, 2000s. Like, our mentality is completely different. We do not have any remorse for anybody that does this type of fuckery and we canceling them and completely forgetting about them and shifting them off and casting them off aside, because we have a respect for humanity. These guys come from a dog eat dog world, a generation where they were for themselves and all for themselves, and that's just what it is. They were going to take all the gratifications for themselves. They didn't give a fuck about anybody else. I'm eating for myself and my family only, and that's just it. And it's sick. It's a sick mentality, and that's what has caused majority of the evil that's happening in society today that we of our generation is dealing with. So we're going to see more and more of this as the more episodes and documentaries that touch base on the dark sides of pro wrestling like this, because I feel like this has been a regular routine. You think about the backstage politics that's happened in the back, the parties that these guys have done from town to town. Like, this isn't the first or the last story you're going to hear of Ric Flair, for sure. Like, we've heard stories in the past past of what he's done with women in the limos in between going to towns. Like,
they put up I guess story time. I don't watch any of like this original content, and they mention one of not this exact like situation, but a same exact situation on the story time, and they animate the fucking women to look like big, like busty, like buxom looking women, and everybody's just having a joke like this is all fun. It's like, who the fuck, like, how did this not become a bigger deal? Why did it have to take this? And I mean, Heidi, like, kind of closes it off on it's a bittersweet note, but she says,
like, hold on,
like,
all right, so I was gonna do this, but get to the end here, because it's like, so we ended off with both Jim and fucking Heidi, where the aftermath is like, yeah, in the end, I had to do what I had to do, for the company, but, like, people keep coming to me and wanting answers about what happened about all this shit, and it's like, that shouldn't be my responsibility. Like, I was in charge of hiring and signing talent. I'm not supposed to be babysitting the fucking talent like they're goddamn children. That shouldn't be my responsibility. And he's 100% fucking right. That shouldn't be. Heidi goes on to say that she doesn't believe Flair was going to do anything to her, but what he did was wrong. He's still able to go to sleep at night, and she couldn't a lot during that time.
She says, "Oh, go ahead. You want to finish it?"
I was gonna. She said she has memories that she had to touch another man's penis and get licked by another man. At first, she was very, reluctant to do the show, because she didn't know what would come of it. But she's hoping that if this story reaches, at least one person, then maybe it was a story worth telling.
I think she says that if I have to tell my story 25 times, I hope that out of those 25 times, at least one person can hear my story and they can have a better result than hers. She also has a great, not great, but like a great point about, in the end, even to today, how it was back then, what you want and what you end up getting is not really the victory that they're looking for, where, you're hoping for an apology or something done, but it always comes down to money.
Ends off the show by saying, in the end of the day, the truth makes us better. And,
so, you think, look, I think besides, like, there's the murder episodes and all that, and those are really heavy, but, like, we've seen murder episodes all the time, not just in Darkside, but all throughout, like, crime scene shit. And those are heavy in their own right, and then there's the Benoit one, and of course, I think the Jake Roberts one is way worse than this episode, because that's some fucked up shit. I
just think
these are supposed to be fun at points, or at least fun to an extent. But something about this episode just is. I think a lot of that has to do with Heidi being on it.
Yeah.
Because, like, you hear her, like, because everybody had heard for years about the plane ride from hell, and I think everybody was going into this with, like the New Jack experience.
Yeah, we already know all these stories.
It's all going to be fun. It's all going to be fun and, like, stupid stories, and we're just going to get more detail. And I think her being there and getting her side of it just completely changes the entire aspect.
It's one thing to hear it from the side of a wrestler doing this stuff. Because, again, or wrestlers, because, again, it's like at the end of, like, some of these guys just went back and did what they fucking were gonna do. Like, they wrestled, it's just another day for them. But for this woman, it's something she cannot and will not ever forget. It changed her life. And when you put it in that perspective, that's really fucked up, because none of this shit needed to happen.
Facts.
So, props to all the fucking props in the world to Heidi. Props to the world to JR for fucking dealing with this bullshit. I hope that this is the last time he ever has to deal with this.
I don't see why this needs to ever be brought up again.
Yeah. I hope that this is the last time. Fucking...
And also, good. I mean, Terry as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking, because just ignoring the problem does absolutely nothing. It does nothing. And Terry deserved better than that. But, yeah, props to Terry, props to JR, props to RVD for being a real one in this one, props to Heidi, all the fucking props in the world goes to Heidi for this one. And
yeah, absolutely.
Fuck you, Rick, fuck you, Scott, and fuck you, Tommy.
And Mike Chioda, too.
Yeah, you laughing bastard.
Then, nothing bad about Just Incredible. He was just there.
He was just there.
He was just there. So, good, good for PJ.
He put the glasses on Scott.
Yeah, that's all he did. But this week's episode, which we'll talk about next week, is also going to be heavy. Because it's the life and death and career of one Chris Kanyon, who a lot of people have already mentioned about an Undertaker situation, in which they'll probably talk about it, but the story that people have told for a long time was that Undertaker beat Kanyon up when he found out he was gay. So, yeah.
That's gonna be different.
So let's see what happens there. Some of the heads that they got for this episode, of course, Diamond Dallas Page has to be on there. James Mitchell's on there. The Bucks are on there. Were the Bucks trained by Kanyon?
I don't know.
Yeah, but the Bucks are.
To provide a little bit of context, the Bucks and Kanyon were kind of pretty close, actually.
No, I did not know that.
Chris was very close with one of them. You could almost say that he really did love one of them in particular. I think it was Matt.
Brian Cage is also a part of it. He was trained by
he's
Kanyon,
very close
but,
with Kanyon.
Brian Cage isn't in the best light right now in the news, but, whatever about him. I guess he got saved by this episode coming out.
Yeah.
Because no one's talking about Brian Cage anymore. And James Mitchell's also a part of it, so that's pretty cool.
So, yeah.
So get ready for that, and then I think after that, we're going to have a nice little breather, because I think FMW is after that.
Oh,
and
thank Jesus.
FMW is going to be a lot of fun. So,
thank God.
Speaking of FMW, I forgot to mention in the Indie Spotlight,
FMW
October 31st, Matt Tremont and Atsushi Onita in the States, in New Jersey, will be having an exploding death match on Halloween.
All right.
FMWE.
All right.
Watch that shit.
All right. Well, before we go into the last segment of the night, which is Mikey's personal segment, we got breaking news. Real quick.
Why do I feel like this isn't real?
Tetsuya Naito has suffered a left knee injury and has to withdraw from the G1 Climax.
I felt that was going to happen from that match.
Out of the G1. Which is pretty huge, considering he was very much the heavy favorite to win the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, that sucks for everyone involved. Hopefully, Naito, it's not anything too serious right now. But fuck, that sucks. That really sucks. But, yeah, I see it in the chat. And look, I was hoping he'd win even without the injury, but It
Well,
might.
we know where to go now.
Where do we go now?
The Great Okan.
No, all right. Ending segment.
No.
Mikey, what do you got for us to end this shit off?
Hopefully, it's something less depressing.
Well, it's kind of like a game. So it's called a tier system.
Damn it.
Huh?
No, I introduced a game show the last episode, so Adam's kind of fearful of games on this show now.
Oh, you scared. You big scared.
Eva Marie.
So it's called a tier system. So the pro wrestling game has definitely changed over the past year, and a lot of promotions have stepped their game up, coming back with live crowds and etc. So I would say, to keep it short and sweet, your top 5, I'd say currently right now, that are running the show. What are your top 5 promotions? Number 1 being obviously the best, and the 5th being, the one to watch. If you want me to go first, I'll go first.
Yeah, if you got a list ready, then yeah, that'll give us some time.
Okay, so first I'd say WWE still slightly are number 1. AEW will probably take that over and within probably 2022. We'll see what they will do within that year. But I'd still say WWE's 1. AEW is a close to 1, but definitely has the second spot. Third, I would say would go to Impact, to be honest, because I just enjoy the intertwining of storylines that Impact and AEW have been having. And Impact's been on fire for a while. They've had such great ways of developing the women's roster and just development of just storyline based for making sure that every talent has some sort of importance. Fourth would be New Japan. No, sorry, 3. No, yeah, 4 would be New Japan. New Japan, due to the fact that New Japan Strong, their American brand is starting to really start to pop now, with the likes of Leo Rush and the rest of them really making that crossover, especially the talent from GCW making the crossover into New Japan as well. And then my 5th, I'd give it to GCW. GCW, man, they have a little bit of everything in ingredients, where you're going to see the high-flying lucha style. You're going to have your death matches. You're going to have your pure technical style, and your entertainment. Your entertainment factor is there, but they're not disrespecting your intellect. So I'd say those right now, the top 5 promotions going for pro wrestling.
All right. Adam, do you got a list?
I might
Do have a list. This was easier than I thought.
I'm still struggling on number 5. You can go.
So I'm going to go from bottom to the top. I'll do it in reverse order, descending order. I think that's the right word.
Yes.
So I think at the bottom, because it's making its comeback, it's gonna be doing its weekly shows again. It's gonna be Beyond Wrestling.
Yeah.
Before the pandemic, I was religiously watching their Uncharted Territory show, which was like their weekly show that they were producing on independentwrestlingtv.com. It's coming back. They've recently had a few shows. I think in the last few months, I think post WrestleMania, they started coming back again. As I mentioned, the Borscht at the Beach show that they just had. They just announced that the first episode of the Return of Uncharted Territory is going to have Daniel Garcia and Alex Shelley fighting each other.
Fire.
Which, come on now. I mean, people, if you've slept on Beyond, please don't do that. Because people like Chris Statlander, Bear Country, Orange Cassidy, Willow Nightingale, Solo Darling, a lot of these names have all pretty much gotten their start, Daniel Garcia, off of Beyond Wrestling. And so now that it's back, I think it's just another big East Coast company that's going to help continue the independent scene striving. I'm going to put that at number 5, only because it's not officially like on my radar yet, since they're starting to slowly get back, but I can see it getting up there. Number 4, I've mentioned it on here before. We've even reviewed some shows, is VXS. I think,
Yes.
you know,
Yes. Fine with stuff.
you look at Zahaya I've gotten him into watching these shows, and they have a unique brand of their own where it's just like, we're just going to throw whatever the hell we want into the match, into a bucket, and let's see if it sticks. Dr. Cube's back in that, which I know Zahaya loves about it, which is crazy because it's fucking Dr. Cube. Too Cold Scorpio is a regular there. A lot of AEW talent show up. They've been putting on pure wrestling matches. They have amazing triple threats. They have some sick main events. I mean, again, people from VXS that have been making waves, like Masha, and Dana Garcia has been on there as well. And there's a lot of great talent that's going. Lee Moriarty, Shane Mercer, who still needs to be signed by a bigger company. I still don't understand why. But they're also very new. They've only been around for like a year at this point. VXS is a great proving ground for a lot of the talent that's going to be on your screens sooner than later. So good on that. Keep on rocking, VXS. Number 3, I'm going to go with my baby, Impact Wrestling. Because Impact continues to showcase why it deserves to be on such a bigger platform. Their roster is fantastic. Their women's division is top-notch. Their X division's finally back on track. The working relationship, not just with Impact and with AEW, but with AAA and New Japan has been working out for them. I mean, you look at, like, they got Jay White on their show and stuff, and, like, that should be such a bigger deal and being seen by such a bigger, like, audience. I love Impact because they really know how to work the social media game very well. The partnership they've now done with YouTube, I think, is a really, really smart move. Especially their partnership that they have with Twitch was also really great. Bound for Glory is going to be amazing. Christian Cage is once again world champion. The crowd is always invested. And my favorite thing, they think outside the box with a lot of the storylines they do. They're never conventional, and that's what makes Impact, still to this day, one of the most unique main roster professional wrestling companies that still has not gotten the goddamn chance that they deserve since like 2007. Number 3 is going to be Game Changer. It's going to be GCW. I can talk for hours about Game Changer and how it is the forefront of independent wrestling. It has everything for everyone. You want your death match, they got it. You want your high fly, they got it. You want your wrestling, they got it. They have fucking just men beating the shit out of each other matches, funny comedic matches. The best part about them is their inclusivity towards everyone and anyone. It doesn't matter the race, the sex, the age. There's a place for you on a GCW card, and you're not treated like a sideshow or like a gimmick or a clown. You're treated with the respect you deserve. And the GCW audience and fan base is so loving and so caring. They're one of the best all-around wrestling communities out there. Everybody is so into making sure that everybody gets over. It's such a beautiful family to be a part of. And then number 1 is going to be AEW, because fuck the Fed. The Fed is dead. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, they might be the standard bearer still, but that's only because they have money and they have fucking
true.
The way to just snake themselves into these big deal contracts with like Fox and USA and all that jazz. But it's dead. There's no point of wanting to watch it, because everything that you want, you get on Wednesdays and Friday nights on TNT, soon to be on TBS in AEW. The main event scene, the fact that they brought Punk back says something. The fact that Daniel Bryan, who loved working in the WWE, said, no, I'm going to go to AEW. just speaks volumes. They don't insult their fan base. They care about everything that they do with the roster and the legends and just everybody who works backstage. You don't hear anything bad. You know, these people are always talking about how AEW is such a breath of fresh air, because it is. And you see the things that they've done today with Owen Hart and Martha, the stuff that they've done in the past. They're very charitable towards a lot of different charities. And also, they also think outside the box. I mean, what other company are you going to see a mimosa match in? AEW's got you there. So it is the best wrestling company on the planet right now, because they're giving us what we've wanted for so long, and that is professional wrestling back on TV again, with no stupid bullshit, no 3 hours, no, celebrity involvement that's putting the celebrity over more than the talent, no legend involvement where we're burying the legend because I guess that's what we do to get heat. It's a perfect company, and it just has legs to grow and grow and grow. And in 5 years, it's going to be the new WWE. I don't care what anybody says. And they got the money for it because Tony Khan richer than Vince.
It's true. It's true. Boy, you made me want to kick out that WWE spot. I'm going to replace that with AEW and give my opening spot to either ROH or MLW.
Oh,
Haya,
all right. I got it.
I gave you enough time. I rambled.
Yeah, you gave me more than enough time for that. All right. So, at number 5, we have All Japan Pro Wrestling. I think for I shut the fuck up. I have to hear you go on and on about your fucking United States indie feds for hours. You can go 5 minutes listening to my fucking Japanese feds. All right,
East Coast United States indie feds.
I'll fucking deal you. So I think All Japan. I've been watching All Japan now for at least 3 years. I've kind of fallen off of it because of the whole COVID situation. I haven't been able to watch much of it, but from what I have been able to watch, while it's not as good as it was, I would say 2-3 years ago, they're still doing a lot of things right over there. More importantly, what they've been doing with one Jake Lee, who is currently the Triple Crown World Champion, beating Kento Miyahara after what has been a 3-year feud with them, going back and forth. So that was a great moment. They still got guys like Kento and Naomura and Suwama and Shuji Ishikawa. Just a very, I would say, underrated at the moment fed, and that's to no fault of their own. It's just kind of the situation that they're dealt with because of COVID, obviously. Mm-hmm. So, giving a shout out to All Japan. Number 4 is New Japan Pro Wrestling. And I know for a fact that I have gotten on New Japan more than anyone else here in the year of 2021.
I'm actually surprised it's on your list.
Yeah. But, even throughout, despite the evil bullshit, and despite the fucking House of Torture, and despite, the injuries and the Ospreys winning and then having to relinquish the title, and now there being a double title situation, and this whole thing is becoming a mess, it's, at the end of the day, it's hard for me to say that this is still a bad company when I still get matches like Shingo versus Tanahashi, or I get matches like fucking Okada and Tanahashi from 2 days ago, or fucking Shingo and Ishii from At the end of the day, this is still the company producing some of the best matches in the world. Despite how you think TV Sashi is kind of handling their situation with the gifts right now on Twitter, and trust me, that is some garbage. But at the end of the day, it's still, the matches are still top-notch, high-quality shit. And within that within that, despite what I might think of the booking right now, that has not changed. So if this was like, if you had asked me this like 2-3 years ago, New Japan would probably be at my number 1. But shit changes. At number 3, we've got Game Changer Wrestling, GCW.
Yay!
Adam really put me on this shit because I was very much not. I haven't been interested in the United States independent scene in fucking years. Like I just thought like there's no one here that's like reminds me of like guys I used to watch, like Alex Shelley or fucking Samoa Joe or Chris Sabin or Daniels or people that I used to watch during like ROH or Impact.
You were wrong.
But yeah, Adam really like GCW. If anything, they are just highlighting the absolute batshit insanity of what wrestling can and should be. Getting guys of just not like one particular, like they're getting guys from Japanese feds, lucha feds, you know, guys from the past, guys who are of the future that people might not know about but should know about, and GCW just basically gives them the platform in order to show what they've got. And for that, it's really become, I'll say it right now, it's become basically what PWG used to be back in the day, where it was a bunch of young, talented guys just coming in looking to show their fucking stuff. And
you get to see it quicker.
Yes, you do.
Yep.
GCW has really hammered into that fact, because now you look at PWG, they're starting to put on matches that people have already seen in GCW, because that's how hot GCW is right now. So I gotta give props where props are due. GCW absolutely, I think, is killing it right now.
They made it on a mainstream talk show.
Yeah. At number 2, I gotta go with Pro Wrestling Noah. I think they've been the top Japanese fed for a bit of a while now, and that's mainly because, like, I've said this before, but I think the biggest problem New Japan has right now is that most of their talent is very much like foreign talent that they can't get in right now. So now we're stuck in this thing where it's like we're so diminished of talent, and we've only got so many people, and we've only got so many options to go with. Especially now that Naito's injured, like it's just very, very bad timing. Meanwhile, Noah, I think Noah has done a very good job of just growing and developing their own talent. And while they may not be as mainstream known as New Japan, they're still, I'd say they're still matching not only in like quality of wrestling matches, but their booking is 10 times better than New Japan, which puts them higher above in this situation. You look at the stuff that they're doing with like Kaito Kiyomiya, who I've stated I am not that big a fan of, but they're doing great work with him right now. Sugiura, like 51 years old, he's still fucking killing this shit. Marufuji just won the fucking big belt again, and I was so happy about that. We got to see Keiji Muto go on for one last ride. That was sick. They're doing a lot of good shit right now, and a lot of people might not notice, but for the people that want to get into some good, just Japanese professional wrestling, you gotta check out Pro Wrestling Noah. You have to.
Yeah.
And of course, number 1, I don't know how it would. It's AEW. It's all elite wrestling. Yeah. I couldn't say anything other than AEW because it's literally like Adam said. It's everything I would want out of a professional wrestling show. And like, sure, like I have my complaints, and I have like, here's how I think this company get better. Like, but that's like any normal wrestling fan who was a fan of anything. You want to see this shit get better, because as it is right now, this shit's fire. This shit's fucking great.
I think the thing is, like, they could always get better, and they're like only 2 years old. People.
Absolutely, you guys don't understand.
That's the beginning.
I was this close from fucking being done with wrestling altogether. I was this close. Like, if fucking podcast, I can tell you for a fact this podcast does not exist without AEW's existence. Because I was so burnt out on just wrestling in general, and Kenny was leaving New Japan, everybody was leaving New Japan at the point, and I didn't know how well or good it was going to get. I wasn't even too entirely sure what this AEW thing was going to be, but thank the Lord for Khan and Omega and Rhodes and the Bucks, because they...
Yeah, you damn right, you say Cody.
They really put their fucking... They put their fucking foot forward
They
on this
put
one.
their whole career, they put their life on the line. They said, this is either we win or we bust.
Exactly.
And 2 years later, like, they're doing shit that took the W years to accomplish, and they've done it in 2 years.
You don't even have to bring it up. 2 years later, you're going to literally the biggest show that they've ever produced up until this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that should tell you how fucking revolutionary this shit is.
They have said they are going into this Wednesday the biggest pro wrestling event in pro wrestling history since WCW. We're talking 21 years ago at this point. It has taken 2 decades. The W had a deadlock. No pun intended. On just, this is it. This is all you got, motherfuckers, and you're gonna like it. And Cody and the Bucks and Tony came in and they were like,
no,
hold our beer. And this Wednesday, they are putting on 20,000 people in a stadium. In a stadium that has never held a wrestling event before. And they're putting on a dream match that people have been dying for years. They got Punk back. They have Punk back. They got Sting wrestling on TV. There's 21 years it has taken. Finally, we have the silver goddamn lining that we've always wanted. Impact tried. Listen, I love Impact. You know that. And they tried. And, for a small sliver, they had it, but they never had the money.
Or the person with the right vision.
Exactly. They had Dixie.
Yeah.
But now you have a guy whose whole life has been wrestling. And he's got the money. And he's got the team that knows what the fuck to do.
Bro, you have a young... It's like basically someone of our generation that grew up watching wrestling that has the money to run a wrestling promotion like 10 times over. Like, what do you think's gonna happen? You're gonna get dream matches. You're gonna get pro wrestling moments that we've always needed for the past 20 years.
Never since WCW have you had wrestlers pretty much being like, no, I'm not going to resign with the WWE, because they know that the prospects of going outside is so much better. And I didn't even mention really that what AEW has done for wrestling as a whole. People are excited to go back on the independent scene because places like AEW have given those little shows the spirit to make shit work. GCWs and ROHs and all the Lucha Feds and all the other smaller independent companies are profiting off of just this wealth.
Yeah, because now they're allowing you to work. You're actually an independent contractor. It's not like the bullshit that WWE feeds you, where they say you're an independent contractor, but they dictate your every move, and you're a slave to that monopoly. On the flip side, AEW is giving you that option, that opportunity to work independent dates, be the independent talent that you want to do, to take the reins of your career and have that creative control that you've always wanted and every time should need, to propel and grow to the next level. These talents can work Impact if they want. They can go to New Japan if they want. They can do GCW. They can work some of these promotions on IWTV, if it's some of my homies' promotions, AWR, or if they're working Paradigm Pro, or VSX. You know what I mean? Violence versus suffering.
Like,
You're seeing talent realizing the importance of being independent, which should have been the key all along. They're realizing their star power within them and that they make the company, not the company always dictating and making you.
AEW has showcased such young, independent talent through Dark and Elevation, some of which have gotten AEW contracts. Those wrestlers then go to the independent shows that made them who they are, and that elevates that company's profit, which allows those independent companies to get a Buddy Murphy or a Brian Cage or an Eddie Kingston or a Ricky Starks to show up as like a special attraction, and that gets more eyes on that show, and that makes the wrestlers who currently are working for the W or sadly were fired saying, you know what, I'm okay. I know I still have abilities to make myself even more money doing this shit than being there and doing absolutely nothing.
Yep.
And it's all because of AEW.
Mm-hmm. They're seeing the value instead of being caught up in catering and just collecting that one paycheck. You can collect various different paychecks outside of AEW and all these other promotions, and then doing that.
You get to do what you love. You get to do this is the job you wanted. You get to find, you get to wrestle.
You get to wrestle. Look what's happening with ROH now. You're seeing ROH having a new resurgence now with their women's division. You're seeing people like Trish Adora finally getting a shine on an ROH platform. You're seeing the evolution of the pure wrestling division through that with Jonathan Gresham and the whole pure faction that's along the lines there. Like, so much promotions that have fallen throughout the graces during that time of just WWE's dominance are now having a resurgence. PWG's back now. Like, there's so many promotions that are now finding that fire again to put on shows and find that creative juice again to evolve the whole brand. So pro wrestling is hot more than ever before because of AEW, and I can't be more thankful than that.
Absolutely. Well, this has been a very special near 4-hour edition of the Four Post Massacre Podcast. Yeah.
Put on a whole work.
Yeah. But I think that's about going to wrap things up here. Mikey, please tell these people where they can find you over the interwebs and so forth.
Wow. Well, you can find me on all social media outside of like character work and call stuff at I am Mikey. That's IAMMIIKEY. I am Mikey on all social media. You can catch me my DJing gigs if you're within the Canada Toronto region. That's all on my social medias as well. Pro wrestling, that's all updated there. You can catch my journey training at Battle Arts Academy, and when I'm picking up some of these bookings that are starting to pull up as well, I'm excited for that. On Twitter, you can catch me at Mikey Truth, just the same way it's spelled out, Mikey Truth, out on Twitter. And yeah, I'm here about supporting everything pro wrestling, whether it's virtual or in real life. You already know it's all love, one love. Thank you guys for having me. This has been an awesome episode.
Yeah, it's great to have you on here. We very much set a mindset that we needed here on this show. But Adam, is there anything substantial that you would like to add to help close out this show?
You always get you seem like you get agitated every time you ask that question. And have I ever proven you wrong?
Yes! Multiple times!
I mean, yeah, I get Ricochet in pants, I get it. But that stopped. He doesn't wear pants anymore. He's not even on TV. So,
jeez.
But, yes, two quick things. First, I'll get the non-sentimental thing out of the way. I'll save that for the end. But, like I said, this Wednesday, I get to be at Grand Slam, and Zahaya doesn't, and that's amazing. And I will be recording myself from the minute I am about to step out of my house, and my journey there and everything in between. I'll try to record as reactions. This will be my first time doing this, so this should be a fun experience for me. My reactions to whatever happens on the show, especially the me serenading to the Cody Rhodes theme song, which Zahaya is going to love to have to watch.
God damn it!
Because and I hope Sean Spears shows up so he can hear me scream about that, and I get to see my Dino Daddy live, which is I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I might cry, but yeah. So expect that vlog. I think we'll make it a separate video on the channel. Like I told Zahaya, I want to talk to Zahaya, but I've had ideas of maybe trying to expand the channel a little bit into making it a wrestling themed channel in general. But that's something we'll have to talk about. But besides that, the more sentimental thing is, if you're going to take any lesson from today's show or anything any of the other podcasters have said regarding what we've talked about with the Dark Side of the Ring episode, is just be good people. Understand that, shit like that is a mentality of the past. And we as a society, I can't believe I said that, but I guess the meme sometimes is reality, but we as people need to learn from what these people have done in the past, whether it's the wrestlers we've heard about, whether it's celebrities that we've heard about. Everybody needs to just understand that was then, and this is now, and we need to make sure that the people who 50 years from now look back at what we did, it's not the same as then. They say history repeats itself, but let's change that method. Let's change that stigma and try to be completely better people for everyone, for every race, gender, for every, sex, for all ages. We're all on this planet for such a short time. Why ruin it by doing fucked up shit to people and ruining their lives possibly in the long run just so you can get a quick kick? It's not worth it, and it's not necessary. And you end up like fucking Tommy Dreamer, who's a fat ass with 2 ponytails.
Wow.
And that has been...
That's probably like your best one.
And that has been Dr. Britt Baked, CBD.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Well...
Do better, be better, live better.
Well, that's about going to do it for us here at the Four Post Massacre Podcast. But if I could say a little quick something here. We here at the podcast I like to have a lot of fun here.
Don't you dare.
But we realize that in these trying times that there are some people that just they're not entirely sure what they want to do. They're kind of stuck in life, And sometimes that's not their fault. Sometimes we're just stuck in a situation that we can't get out of. So, at this point in time, if you're really struggling, if you're really, having to dig down deep in order to just get up every single day, just think, what would Von Wagner do? And I can guarantee you...
I'm out. Nope, I hate it here. I quit. I don't want to be here anymore.
Your livelihoods will change for the better. All right, everybody. We'll see you next week.